Yo, Tuna got me a gifted sub with some beautiful emotes. Do I know who this is? They're very beautiful though. I like them. Music's probably loud right now. A little bit, just a smidge. It's also playing on my speakers, which is too loud. What do I need to do? I need to turn my lights on. Tuna piano. Piano a tuna. That's me, the one and the only. Yeah, I really don't know why my notification thing is not working correctly. I'm gonna have to get that fixed. Keep forgoing. Tis annoying. Anyway. I am here. Deep toot. Just tooting around. Alright, I guess the ads are over. Let me pull up some relevant information here, and then we'll jump to the old screen. All right, I'm here. Actually, that's not the one I wanted. Oop. Well, whatever. We'll stay on this for half a second. Hello. Oh, actually, I do need to do that. I still do need to do things. Who would have thought? I need to just make a stream deck button that just opens everything. That would be a great idea. Coral, hello. Nova, hello. Hey, gonna lurk. No worries. Appreciate you being here. Coral, I like the emote. It's good. Hello. It's a good looking emote right there. Very cute. Cute, derpy emote. Work on commissions and a possible animation storyboard idea. Ooh, fancy. Okay, there we go. Now I have my stuff on the right screen. Yeah, hello everyone. How are you all doing? Tell me what you're doing. Tell me how your life is. I think I'm set up. I think I have everything. Yes, I am good. I don't know if I can use it for my animations, but I might add the uncut version if Twitch says it's against TOS. Ooh, interesting. You just trying to break TOS? Roll over here. Trying to be inappropriate. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we are. We're back. We're here. Hello. What are we doing today? We are just gauging what I can get away with in terms of my animations. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, TOS is like also kind of like dumb because I've heard people getting banned for very stupid things when like it's just super inconsistent. Like Twitch is very, very inconsistent with their bans and their like, you know, all that kind of stuff, or suspensions. Really, I guess is really what they are. But yeah, they're very bad at that kind of thing. Okay, let's see here. We need. I probably should close Premiere, although. If any of y'all use Adobe, you know, evil Adobe, but I found something today, or not today, like 2 days ago, that has changed my life. So I have like these little card animations, which is really nice. But before I was doing all of it in After Effects, which means I would have to like, you know, go in there, put all the card assets in, swap it out, render it out. Well, apparently you can just save it as a template in Premiere, and then you can just drag and drop the images into here, and you can just swap stuff out. And so my workflow is increased by a large percent. So kind of crazy, kind of insane. But yeah, not that any of y'all care. I was just excited about it. Anyway, here we are. I thought that was fun. Anyway, I'm gonna save that and close this. What are we doing today? We are working on Old God stuff. Yeah, what kind of animation is it, Coral? I'm curious. Tell me more. If you want. Obviously. Did I spell should wrong? I did. I guess we can go to the art display, do this. We're probably working on another card today. I feel like lately we've been yapping about what we're doing with the other gods, but I think we should stick with Decay currently, right? That was the plan. Sticking with the God of Decay. And we need to make a few extra cards. The goal is currently one for each type of whatever. Hi, hey, hello. Hi, hey, hello. T-Bow. What up, dude? How's life? How's the Teebster, as they call you? Yeah, I don't know. Life's been lifing. It do that, don't it? I probably should open Photoshop. I mean, I think we're just drawing today. The Teebster. Dang, new nickname. New nickname unlocked. Teebster. The Teeb bro. First nickname. Well, there's another one. I just gave you another one. Hello, Yui. Hello, hello. I'm honored. Good. My whole best man speech to my brother was about nicknames. Whoa. You started streaming. I thought it was... I was late. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been on for 11 minutes, technically, but... I was technically 4 minutes late, to be fair. How you doing, Yui? Okay, so we've kind of been doing this sort of archetype for the Decay deck for the old gods. And I think we're going to continue that archetype. We have kind of abilities put out, but we got the Grubbling. So that's the Grubbling. It's all like disable strategies. that disable player cards. This one basically gains a defeated effect. I need to fix this because it looks weird here. We'll figure that out later though. So yeah, when you defeat it, it disables a player card if it has 3 stacks, which is kind of, you know, in that sort of vein. So you want to kill it before it disables you. And then we have the End Mother, which is, you know, we're going like this sort of like albino sort of white and magenta sort of thing with some sort of like, you know, cooler other colors. What a cute Grubling, indeed. So yeah, I think we are gonna kind of keep going along those lines. We talked about on Tuesday. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's a response to Coral. It is cool. It is indeed. So for the ruins, we were talking about maybe like a big tree or like some sort of like weed-like creature like Wisteria, and how it's like a parasitic plant and it's killing stuff. And the idea is that the structure, when it disables a card, or when a card is disabled, it keeps it disabled until the structure, or I guess ruins, is destroyed. So that's gonna be pretty cool. I have the idea for a Rotten Orchard, which all players discard a card per turn as a wasteland, so that's kind of cool. And then a Curse, which we haven't named, but it disables 2 player cards, or 2 cards per player. So the players may choose any card. I have to figure out a better way to word that, but feel bad for the End Mother. It needs to stay away from tuna. How do you know I came back? An animation with music? Question mark. Hee hee. I have my ways. Mwahaha. You sent the message the moment I opened chat. There's art. Yes. Indeed. Indeed, indubitably. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna do one of the 3 of these. So either big weed / rotted tree thing. This is a wasteland. And the Curse we don't have a name for yet, but she tastes good with steak. That's wild. Sleep with 2 eyes open, tuna. With both eyes. Anyway, I don't know what we want to start with. I'm kind of thinking the big tree thing, and then we can go to the orchard, which will have a similar theme, and then the Curse will just be kind of whatever, but the Curse will take like 4 seconds to draw probably, unless y'all give me like a way more complicated idea than I want to draw. I have tree, so you can keep one open. Tree? 3? What? And which one? Keep one. Wait. You have tree or you have 3? I think you heard me say tree too many times and you type tree instead of 3. Anyway, we're going to... Tree. All right, so we're gonna draw this thing. I don't know what we're doing yet. You're rubbing off on me, Beats. I have been for months, apparently. Okay, we need the card template. Don't you dare take this out of context like you scoundrels have before. Indeed, do not. Sorry, Tuna. Tree will not protect you. Reminds me of Trees Hate You game. I don't know if I've heard of that one. Trees Hate You. Oh. Interesting. Huh. I guess sometimes trees hate you, you know what I mean? Such a short, fun demo. Interesting. It's become kind of viral recently. Ah, gotcha. I have not seen it yet, but I'm sure I will. Bees, would you want to play a little? Maybe, but I don't know. I don't really care that much about gaming, honestly, at least on stream. I think like plenty of other people are doing that, and I don't know. It's not like I dislike games, but like I don't feel the need to do other stuff, you know? I mean, maybe it'd be good for me. It's not like we really acquired many people from playing other games. Like from doing, what's it called? Why can't I find this art? There we go. Like playing, what the heck is it called? Dispatch. Not that I really even expected to, and you guys enjoy it, so that's cool, but I don't think I'm gonna do it too often, because this is, I don't know. I need to see Bees playing some platformers. No, thank you. I do not like playing platformers. Okay, I mean, it's not like I won't. Like I'm fine with playing some games, but I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just not really like super, like I feel like enough people are doing it that it's not like, I don't feel like I could put a unique twist short of it being me, you know, on it. And it's not really what I want to be doing, you know? It's like I could, but that's why it's like a special event thing when I play games, right? It's not like games every day. I'm not just gonna become a gaming streamer, which I know is not what you're asking, but makes it laugh so hard every single time. Yeah. If we ask you nicely, you'd play on a weekend, right? Dispatch was definitely worth playing. I think the next game I want to play, when we play a game, is doing Inscription. I've mentioned it on the poll, but I think it would make sense. It's on brand. I feel like when people play it, or if I play it, it's at least correlates to what I normally do, and it's an amazing game. So you don't like platformers, yet you're goated at Deepest Sword. I really was not goated. I mean, I was fine, but wait, which one? Inscription. I have like an image in my head, and it's whatever the for some reason the image in my head is a tree, and then like it's huge. For some reason I'm picturing it kind of like rotted out, and like maybe a vine going around it that's like more of like a creature, and then like a bunch of small trees. You know what I mean? And it's like these are all getting like, rather than just being like one thing, I'm almost imagining it like just like, yeah, like a wisteria tree that's just like a wisteria vine that's just like suffocating this entire forest, and we'll call that a ruins. It's almost like it's more of a creature than a ruins, but and we just have like a bunch of trees that are like downed. It's a ruined forest. Which honestly maybe could be the name of the... Well, forest isn't quite right. I don't know, this is kind of the framing though I was imagining. Can someone send intact? You literally voted for it in the poll. There you go. Does it need to be related to usual content? Because I don't see the upside to restricting yourself. It's not about restricting myself as much as it is like feeling like it's like, yeah, I could just play like PUBG or something I'd be playing anyway, right? Like, sure, I could do that. But that's also like something I do to relax, you know? So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Honestly, I think that like the more I think about it, the more I just don't care to do it, you know, care to do games per se. Like I will do it as a special event, and it's not like I don't enjoy it, but I also would rather be doing this on stream. You know what I mean? Like, or like some sort of creative endeavor. Because like I think that's like something I don't get to have a ton of like collaborative creativity just in my normal life, and so like doing it on stream is like kind of my replacement for that. And so I don't really feel like I need to play games on stream. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling. Oh, and Scribbage. I have a way different idea if you're curious. I know you're talking about a big plant. Like a big flower. But sure, go for it. Unless you're talking about streaming. But then go for it anyway. I think that's a good reason. It's just really all up to you what you want to do, but I think we'd love to see you do random stuff. Play random stuff is my point. Yeah. I mean, here's the question. Is me doing the same thing for too long going to be too stagnant? Like, if I keep doing this forever, is everyone going to get bored? I know everyone's like, oh, no, why don't you do whatever, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I was kidding. But I don't think that's entirely true. I think people will get bored. But that might not have anything to do with the content I make, and that might just be just the nature of things, right? Like there's people I've watched on streams and I just kind of fall off, you know? And it has nothing to do with them. It's just me being like, you know, I don't feel like it, you know? And even though whether they're like great streamers or whatever, I just, you know, I don't have the desire to just, you know, watch them endlessly. See, exactly. Tebow's bored right now. He doesn't even want to be here. Just kidding. All right, Tivo, see you, dude. Have a great rest of your day if we don't see you before we end stream. But you can't do the same thing forever. You keep making new cards with new themes, but you can't do the same thing forever. What do you mean, like it's impossible for me to do the same thing forever, or are you saying that because like, I mean, yes, they're different cards and stuff, but technically it's you know, it's the same sort of content, right? And people do like consistency too, though. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm not like against playing games, just like, I don't know. Part of me is like, why should I? I like the art content the most, yeah. I mean, eventually I will do something different than armies, right? Like, it's not all gonna be armies forever. But I don't know if video games are it for me, you know? Because like the idea, like, I guess you kind of mentioned like why limit myself, but like I feel like playing games is almost like I'm just doing it for the sake of, not for my own sake, but for others, you know? Or for the sake of just like the algorithm or something, even though there's no real good algorithm for like Twitch doesn't have a good algorithm. You're not gonna find new people just by streaming. You've got to do other content. I can see it, Tuna. I'm looking at the flowers and stuff. The problem with the huge flower for me is it just feels, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna feel comedically large, you know? Because like I could include it, right? Like we could just have like a big old flower here, you know? Or whatever. I don't know if necessarily there, but like attached to these vines and stuff. My issue is it's too small scale for ruins. I feel like the big flower would be too much of a monster for a thing. I think no matter what, if we're going with the tree route, any sort of like, this feels like a wasteland maybe rather than a ruins. But I feel like nothing, if we go this route, is gonna feel like a I don't think it feels like a curse. I guess it could. Like, feels like the opposite of entangle or something like that. I feel like no matter what route we go with a plant, it's gonna feel very it's gonna feel very anything else. It's a minion's nest. But then wouldn't that make it a wasteland? I guess. The problem is a ruins is, like, in theory it should be a ruined structure, right? It's not like a structure. It's a I guess I see what you're saying. But in that case, we just draw a bunch of minions around here and then we're fine. I don't know. I think I'm probably going to go with this. For some reason, the large flower... Well, I mean, maybe we'll have large flowers. I don't think I want one large flower, though. I think that just feels too much like a creature to me. Since it's a single monument, it can be... Oh, it can't be a wasteland. Yeah, I suppose. I'm gonna do these push-ups. I could see the flowers that we had for whatever. In my mind, the tree is the ruins itself. Like maybe this is an elven tree that is dead. I see your point. Doesn't really feel like a hive mind without a sort of hub. I mean, a hive mind doesn't have to have a hub. That's kind of the point, right? It's a hive. I mean, yeah, you have a queen, but like in a hive, but I'll tell you what, Tuna. Here's what's gonna make the decision. I'm gonna draw it this way, unless you want to pay for it. They put flowers in the end mothers art. Could be some sort of hub to connect all the end mothers and connect it. Guys, me not want to calculus and chemistry placement test. Yeah, those are rough. Thankfully, I got to like get out of my placement test for some of my stuff. I had like a credit that transferred. Although they were like, I had like a, they're like, all right, it's the day of the test. I'm like, well, did my credits transfer? They're like, we don't know. But if you, if you take the test, it'll invalidate your credits that were transferred. I'm like, but you don't know whether they transferred or not. They're like, yeah, we don't know. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to take the test and just hope that my credits transferred. Thankfully they did, but because I did like a high school level, a college level high school class or whatever. It was weird. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this still can be the hub, but I think the visuals of that hub are up to interpretation. Extortion. Not really. I feel like I'm too lenient with you guys. If I'm being honest. I feel like I give you guys more what you want than not a lot of the time. So in this case, you must redeem points in order to get what you want. If you want it. Yo, Anonymous, what's up, dude? This is the vision I have in my mind. I'm gonna go with it because it's much easier than trying to execute someone else's vision, if that makes sense. This is what I see when I envision this card. How you doing, Anonymous? How's life? How's the game? How's the things? But since you're saying that, do you feel like I'm pushing my idea too hard? Because as you know, I'm passionate about this, but I can tone it down. It's a good question. I don't care if you're passionate about it. If I say like I'm gonna go with something else and then I do it, and then like you would continue to tell me to do the idea after I'm like, no, I think I'm just gonna do my idea, then I think that would be different. But I think usually if I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go with this idea, you'd probably be like, okay. I don't think you'd keep pushing it after that. I think the biggest thing is I do sometimes feel like not even like obligated, I don't know the right word. I don't quite want to say like pressured, but like in some ways I feel like I like to include your guys' stuff, but like there is like a sort of thing where it's like it is technically harder for me to like draw what y'all are thinking than like the first thing that comes to mind, because like this is basically what I was envisioning in my head. So it is interesting. Good bro, still got to get with the game. I've been a bit lazy with it. Yeah, no worries, dude. I mean, I know the feeling. So yeah, no, it's not, I'm not saying you're pushing it too hard, but I think I could see either idea working. This is what I see in my head, but if you want to convince me to change the idea that's in my head, then you can redeem something. I think is fair, because that's what the redeems are for, right? It's an idea of your choosing, but otherwise it's an idea of my choosing. Right? Does that make sense? I don't think that's unfair, is it? I don't know. Thank you for the standing desk. I actually kind of need it. I've been getting headaches from like probably bad posture and like whatever, so thank you. Especially since it's wouldn't want to redeem to kill your vision. That would feel so bad, especially because it's your game. Yeah, but like this whole concept was kind of like a big thing was kind of your idea, right? As well, like doing like a, well, I don't know if the actually I don't know what was what anymore. Whose idea was whose? We all have the same idea now. I wouldn't care if you did, to be honest. It's just more work for me. Does that make sense? It's not so much like I care that, like, I'm not like super attached to this vision. It is like what I'm imagining, but I don't think I would care if you were like, yeah, no, it'd be cooler if we did this instead. This is just what's in my head, and that's going to be easier for me to draw than it would be for me to draw something that's not in my head, you know? Art. Let's see. Posted concept. Ooh. Oh my god. That's very dark. Coral, it's murder. Well, actually, it's technically not murder. I don't know if it's murder. It seems like murder. Yes. Very awesome, awesome art, though. TOS wise, though, I'm unsure. I mean, like, you could play a video game that's like, that has that kind of graphics in it on stream, right? Also a good example, what's her name? Why am I blanking? There's a VTuber, what's her name? Lena Lazar, is that her name? Lazar? I don't remember. Her like avatar is like literally like a half ripped apart demon lady. You know what I'm talking about? Anyone know what I'm talking about? So like gore, I think is probably okay. Yeah, there wouldn't be any lingering gore, just a flash image of black and white implication, something bad that happened. Let me. It's super inconsistent. That's the biggest problem, but I literally can't find an image of it. That's wild. Well, never mind. Anyway, I've seen gorier stuff that's literally stayed on screen for a long time. I'm trying to find an image of this, but it's surprisingly non-existent. No, but it sounds horrifying, like cake. I had a cake like on my birthday. Bart Simpson app riff part. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I think you're probably fine, Coral, but I also don't know if like I couldn't particularly say, you know. It's like because the I think this is her model, which is absolutely wild. I don't know if this is actually okay. Graphic warning. If people do not like blood or guts or anything like that, do not look. You've been warned. You have a few seconds. Well, bam, her model. That's literally her model. And yeah, so there you go. And that's on screen at all times. So I think it's fine, but the fact that you evoke a deep sense of horror and unease in me is impressive. I am disturbed, yes. Anyway, so I think you're probably fine. But then again, like I've seen Twitch ban things, like ban people for like really dumb reasons. Like my Bart Simpson's cake. I remember eating his heart. All right, Tuna. I'm gonna do this just to see how we feel about it, but just to humor it, but like we could have, I don't know, I just feel like a big flower is just gonna end up looking like comedic and oversized, and then it kind of, you lose the sense of scale of like the spread of this thing. I don't know. Yeah, see, if it doesn't fit this, I don't know really how we would do it, you know? So I'm gonna go with what I've got. We maybe, because we will need, so let's actually, let me do this real quick. We have 4 extra cards that we're planning on, right? Imagine if it was a plant heart inside of a tree hollow. I see what you're saying. Feels less like a runes to me again, but maybe not. One thing we could do, if we want to take that idea, I kind of just feel like it should be a monster and not like, because it's like a mind, right? It almost feels like a monster. If we want, we could take that idea and make it the boss of Decay, right? Because okay, so we have God of Rot, which we don't have a boss for. We have Null, which again is kind of like up in the air of who we'd have that. Maybe let's just assign these real quick. I don't know if we have a boss for every single one. Probably Rot, we actually have none. Oblivion, we have Maw. Honestly, Null is probably World Ender. What's Whale though? I mean, Living Ruins is an interesting thought, though. I think it is. It's just, in my idea, it's a smaller scale, right? It's not like one creature. It's like a hive of creatures, essentially. Because I don't think it makes sense for this thing to attack. I suppose. Who does Whale do? How Whale do? What do we say Whale was part of? Did we say Whale was part of Decay? Or Whale was Chaos? I don't think we actually said. I mean... And then that means we could do something plant monster here. And then we could maybe Entropy is all of them. You know? So it'd be 4 different bosses. All right, I think I have a vision of what you're seeing now. So let me try drawing that and see how I feel. I have a thought in my mind. I will humor it. feel like I just shifted the color somehow. Did I just change my color space? Guess it's fine. I don't know what I just did. It's weird. Boom! Surprise grot. Hello! How you doing, grot? That was such a surprise. A surprise, even. I think decay made more sense for whale, but we can put it chaos as well. Took me a while, but I literally just switched my mindset to be able to understand your vision. We're trying this. It's too late. We're trying your idea. Which is turning out kind of cool. I like this, honestly. This is just a more zoomed in view of what I'm thinking, I think. Like same, but different, you know? My idea was having no tree, literally just an enormous flower with vines flying out of it everywhere. And that's basically what I'm doing here. It's just there is a tree. There will be a tree. You can't convince me that a ruins doesn't have some sort of ruined aspect of humanity. Or life in general. It doesn't actually have to be humanity. You cannot convince me. Maybe you could, but... yeah, because I guess, like, it's not even just... it's all of life that has a problem with entropy, right? This is more interesting though than it just being a flat like field, you know what I mean? And it's being more parasitic, which I think is my idea. Is that a new little guy I see? I don't know. The Nez one? It's been there for a bit. Yeah, I think whale probably does. Well, does whale make more sense for decay? I guess it kind of does. Maybe it works for chaos. Honestly, it might just be a freaking meth one because of how much freaking damage it does. I don't know. I do like this. This is cool. Okay, be lurking out. All right, Grot. Appreciate it. I was actually imagining something else that I need to figure out how I'm going to explain it. I think I'm either going with this sketch or the other sketch, but you can feel free to explain it. But I think yeah, like I think my biggest thing with like trying to like figure out other people's vision is it's harder it's kind of like how it's harder to like do something that's like lifelike, right? Or like if I'm trying to like replicate something, it's much more difficult than like me just drawing something out of my mind. So I think it's one of these two. It's, well, this is not quite centered. I'm honestly kind of maybe liking this better, to be honest. So I was imagining out in the middle, out of the middle of a stem, and the top of the stem is another flower fully bloomed. I can see that, but I think these are my two ideas. It's this or this. This seems less cool now. Do like a flower within a flower, and the flower is sketch or sticking out. Could be spreading its petals and have some more effect on the environment. Yeah. I'm going with this. I think. Oh, some particles, yeah. Like spores. How long have I been standing for? Not long enough. I need water. Yeah, I like the idea, Tuna, but I think I'm gonna workouts have been out of balance all this time. It's one minute left. Tuna or Toot did it at half an hour in. He didn't do it right at the beginning, but so the flower within a flower, and the flower that's sticking out could be spreading. Oh, I already read that. I think this is it. This is what I'm doing. We can't concept anymore. You know what I mean? We gotta get on with it. You know what I mean? I think that's one thing that we've been doing. I mean, yesterday was good. Or not yesterday, Tuesday was good. But I really do need to make sure I'm getting like a card done per stream as far as like pacing of getting all this stuff done. Well, I mean, I don't know. If it's a monster, it's fine that it takes a little bit longer, I suppose, but I really like to have a good pace for this kind of stuff. Flower in a volcano? No, it's a rotted out tree. My sketch isn't super invocative of that. Is that the word? I don't know. But it shall be. It shall be a tree. Big old tree. It's not very symmetrical right now, though. May have to, oh, that's better. I don't mind if it's, like, slightly asymmetrical, but... just because it's a chaos flower, you know? Entropy flower. The entropy bloom. I like bloom as a name. Blight bloom. Beats loves drawing wood grain after all. I do. That's what they say. Yeah, it does kind of look like a volcano, don't it? I was actually kind of thinking that. That's the funny part. I was and I was drawing it as well. So these vines, if you put a glowing pink part in all of them, it would make it look like circulating blood or sucking out life out of it, or or explain the way. So I'm explaining. Wait, or did I explain that way too confusing? No, I think I see what you're saying. Like they're. Yeah, I was almost thinking of making it look like they're the tethers that are on the end mothers, like the same like white, like they're like white and magenta vines, but I'm unsure. It is time for an ad, so we will be right back. Be back in 3 minutes, and we'll have another hour of ad-free viewing. I will be back. See you in a sec.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Madlibs. Yeah, that's right, Madlibs. The book that you fill in random words to get silly sentences like, "Ouch," he said stupidly as he jumped into his convertible cat and drove off with his brave wife. Or at least that's what the book has as like a prompt. Anyway, but before I get to explaining how I use this in my game, let's talk about magic and games in general. Because even though I've been trying to find a solution to making spells in games, it's not like it hasn't been done before. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game, so let's look at the king of TTRPGs, Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah, I look at this game a lot. Get over it. But yeah, while I say digging into it, there's really not that much digging to be done. There's about a total of 4 paragraphs in the Dungeon Master Guide, 3 paragraphs of which say, "Look at this chart, you dumb, stupid idiot." And the others say, "If you create 2 powerful spells or dumb ones, then you'll break the game." Of course, this is paraphrasing a bit, but, you know, it's hardly a structured system for spells. Which basically means the best way to make a spell in D&D is make up whatever you want the spell to do, and then find an existing one to keep it balanced. Which allows you to figure out what sort of stats, along with spell slots or spell components, if if you use those. Okay, so this really isn't going to work for us. So let's take a look at video games. One that always comes to mind for me is Oblivion. The concept for this was pretty simple. There was a list of magical effects the player acquired based on their mastery of each spell. Then there was a category for the way the player would cast a spell, whether it's self, touch, or target. Target meaning spell like pew pew. Furthermore, longer durations or more powerful effects would have a higher gold cost, along with a higher mana cost when you actually, use the spell. So this is a pretty cool idea. However, in classic Bethesda style, it could be completely abused and made the game incredibly broken. For instance, I remember one time making a character with 100% chameleon, which basically made you invisible all the time, and other characters couldn't even see you, even when you were attacking them. Or this one I found where someone used a drain effect to somehow become invisible riding a horse, seeing your own lifeless body. I don't know. Now, that isn't to say that in a tabletop RPG, a game master couldn't help balance this sort of system and make it fair, but that just kind of puts us back in the same problem of D&D's spell creation. Now, I know there's probably newer games that have better spell systems that exist, like I think Wizard of Legends is supposed to have some cool stuff, but I don't have time to play other people's games. Come on, what are you talking? I'm making my own game. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, but seriously, let's get to the point. I was pondering all of this over one day, and then it came to me. Mad Libs. A sentence with a bunch of blanks that you could fill with nouns, verbs, and adjectives to make a complete sentence. Or in my case, a spell with a bunch of blanks that could be filled with different elements, casting sizes, shapes, and durations. So rather than our other two examples, where you would either have someone creating something completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one, this gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out I wasn't. One cozy Christmas morning, I received a package from my friend, and it was this, hold on. This game, Cryptozoic Entertainment's Epic Spell Wars of the Battle Wizards, Duel at Mount Skullfire, is a very similar game. All right, back into the recording closet I go. The game goes like this. You are wizards battling each other. And to do that, of course, you have to cast spells. Casting a spell consists of three components: a source, a quality, and a delivery. A spell can consist of just one of these components, or up to all three, but not more than one of each, unless the card specifies, but yeah. Then combining all these cards together makes a full spell. There is some other nuance to this, like magic types and stuff like that, that helps the game have a little bit more complexity, but that's the main idea. So in theory, you could just take this game and slap it onto an existing tabletop RPG as your spell system. But the real problem is this is extremely mechanics heavy. Cards can create more cards, creating other cards to create more effects that end up chaining into some really interesting combos. However, I'm striving for my game to not be too crunchy and allow it to be more roleplay focused, so I really need to fix that. Don't want to do that. That being said, despite me not being completely original, there are some improvements and changes I can make to implement this sort of system.
Hello, DDP.
But before I do that, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you this entire time.
Me in a closet.
All
right. Maybe literally... Okay, yeah. Here, let me do this. Oops.
You know how this chair always gets underneath the freaking whatever?
past beats has hijacked the stream. It's true. Hello, DDP. How are you doing today? Sit-ups. I'm so sore, though. Oh, God. Forgot. Okay. I like how this one's coming along. I like the composition. Yeah, me too. It's good. It's a hybrid of mine and Tuna's idea. It's Tuna's idea filtered through my brain. Is what it is. Sorry, Tuna said some things. Maybe adding pink magenta veins into the vines. You could, like you did in the Emulator, but that would take a lot of work. Put in every single vine. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get to. Good video, or a good video is good no matter how many times you see it. I'm yet again reminded of that fact. Well, thank you. Hopefully I should be able to get my my next video out pretty shortly now that my workflow is increased by a lot. I don't know. A lot of time it's not really 100% a workflow issue though. It's a brain gunk issue. You know what I mean? Too much brain gunk. I think I'm overdoing it. As addicting as it is to see my ideas being implemented, I will feel bad if you don't tell me when I'm being too exhausting beats. I think if you want to do a general rule, if it's taking too long for me to see your vision, then it's probably like I will never see your exact vision, right? Like, even like with the whale, it's not really what you were thinking, right? But it turned out good. But it is still the whale, you know what I mean? So I think like as like a general rule of thumb, it's like if it's taking like too long to come up with, like, because like when you give me an idea, right, it is put into my brain and I am like, okay, this is what my idea for the thing you said is. It might not be how you pictured it, right? But that's like how my brain interpreted it. And so the easiest like way forward for me is like just doing what I imagined, right? Otherwise, then there's resistance of like if I'm trying to like envision what your vision is, right? That's why like with the card redeems, I say like a suggestion, right? Like a suggestion of your idea. And rather than like a commission, right? How can I make this look more stump-like? All things considered, I think your artistic brain is pretty good at interpreting. I feel like you're pretty good at following my critiques and notes and requests. Yeah, but I think it's different than like a full idea in your brain, right? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, I mean, like, I've been doing it for a while now, so I feel like I've probably gotten decent at it, right? But also, I'm unable to fully get the ideas out that are in my own brain, right? This one's actually pretty decent as far as like what I envisioned after trying to figure it out, but that's also my issue when I have way too many way too different of a vision. It takes me time to adjust to your version too. So maybe I should just be giving these ideas I have before you actually get started. Yeah, I mean, that's also part of the problem, is that like, I think even no matter, like, even if you did that, I don't think my brain would fully be able to comprehend that either. Because, like, getting exactly what you want, one, is not feasible, right? For just the fact of the stream. If you want a commission, sure, I could do it, right? But for the case of this just being, like, something I'm doing on stream, and it's not, like, a full... Like, even the redeems, I'm not, like, guaranteeing you your vision, right? I'm saying it's a suggested idea, and I make it in that idea's honor, you know? So even that, like, is whatever. I think ideally you're giving me an idea and letting me interpret it, and whatever's in your head, either you what am I trying to say here? Like, I mean, I guess it's gonna be my vision no matter what, right? Regardless of whether, like, probably none of these have turned out exactly how you would have imagined in your own mind, right? Like, it's always gonna be my interpretation of the idea. Again, unless it's like a full heckin' commission. The park bench turned out exactly how I want it. That's fair, yeah. That's the thing. If I do it before, there's no need to go through multiple drafts on stream. Yeah, but I'm not going to remember, like, everything you say either. Or imagine it exactly the way you said it. Because we've talked about this for a while. Like, if you, like, all last stream, you're like, oh yeah, what about, like, if there's a blah, 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 and blah, blah. You know? And to be fair, like, I wasn't, like, fully on board with, like, the big flower idea from the start, and then now I'm kind of seeing it. But I also don't think I would like, while I understand what your idea is now, and I can kind of picture it, like, you know, a double flower sort of thing, I don't necessarily think, like, it feels like it's, like, you know, it takes me a while to warm up to an idea too, so I guess, yeah, maybe pointing it out sooner would get you more of what you want. But at the same time, like you said, it is my game, right? So it's gonna be what my interpretation, regardless of whether, you know, it's what you were imagining or not. And even with the card redeems, I think that's still the case, you know? So I don't know. I guess like the long and short of it is that regardless of what it sounds like, I can't think of, like, how to not say it sort of rudely, regardless of what your vision is, it's going to be my drawing, you know? This thing, if I do, I don't want my vision to get across specifically. I just want like I want the cards to be good, so I never mind when you don't take my suggestions. Yeah, that's fair. This is looking more like a lily, but I think that's okay. Like a water lily kind of thing. Does this look like a tree trunk? I don't know. I guess if we do the like lines, the like rings, it'll look more like that. Well, again, we might just do that in the art part, or in the coloring part. But yeah, I don't know. My goal with all of these is for something unique and cool to be brought to life. I don't think I'm really that vital for these cards to have that element, because you made so many cool cards before I was here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's helpful for sure. And I think part of it, like, is one thing with this game is I tend toward it being simpler because it's easy to draw, right? And it's probably good that y'all push me a bit to do stuff that isn't just like whatever, you know, like super simple. But there is also like the fact that it's just like we have 20. If we go with the full plan to get this entire thing done, and this might end up being more cards than that, we have 24 Old God cards, 6 minions on top of that, so that's like 30 additional cards, 30 potential additional cards, plus another 13 player cards to make it around 100. So that's 60 Old God cards, 100 player cards. If we only get one card done a stream, I think I would say on average, right? Because like sometimes it takes 2 days to get a card done. Sometimes it takes like 2 streams to get or like we can get 2 cards done in a stream if it's like a curse or something, or like a spell or whatever. But part of it for me is pacing, because right now if we're, you know, what'd I say, like 43 cards, that's let's say 3 cards a week, which is unlikely, but that's 14 weeks. 14 divided by 4, like that's 3.5 months, you know what I mean? So pushing is good, but at the same time, like it kind of also is good to get stuff done, you know? Because I don't know. So there has to be a balance there, but I also want to push you, yes, because I think it'll make everything you make after better, but the virtue of growing stronger through the challenges you overcame. But the key is always to not push yourself too hard. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind pushing myself, right? Like, I think pushing yourself art-wise is usually a good thing, but yeah, it's more like I'm trying to figure out like deadlines and stuff like that. Like this game, honestly, I would really like to have like a printed version of this game sometime in the next like I don't know, soon, honestly. I think June. And not saying like a fully finished printed game, but in June there's gonna be a like a card show near me. And then July, there's like a indie board game thing that I was thinking about going to, but that I'm like unsure of. But Actually, I think all the ones behind it are just going to be shadow trees. We'll maybe have like one in front. I think there's some value in getting this stuff done quicker. The only other option is I do this stuff on my own, right? Because I think it is potentially slower on stream. Because like if I just go with my first idea, it's going to be faster than like going through iterations of sketches. It might not be as good. But there is, you know, some truth there, you know what I mean? I'm kind of just yapping, rambling at this point, but every creative ever has struggled with deadlines, and I think that's because even though they're necessary, they're inherently incompatible with creative work. I disagree. I think I disagree. Mostly because perfectionism is also incompatible with creative work. And money is inversely incompatible with not having deadlines. And while having this project be cool is one thing, being able to make this endeavor sustainable and potentially make me money, which it's kind of still a long shot, I think, on this, but I think it's kind of necessary. You know what I mean? It's necessary to have, like, I've hardly had deadlines, and I think I really do need to have them more because it's things need to get done. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the sentiment either way. All right, I think that's that part. We just need the vines, which I think I'm going to put on a separate layer. I think I probably should put the flower on a separate layer too, though. Okay, this is the stump. See what you're saying? It's kind of ties into what I mean. Every creative project with deadlines is at risk of losing quality, sure. Yet without deadlines, a sustainable income cannot exist, at least in most cases. There's the artists who get hundreds of thousands of their art pieces, etc. Or hundreds of thousands for their art. Yeah. I mean, I think it's about finding a balance, right? And kind of my goal for this year has been work faster, because I've been I'm still hesitant to call myself a perfectionist. Even though y'all have said that I am, mostly because like I feel like I can still get things done. It's not like I'm not such a perfectionist that I can't finish work, which I think is when perfectionism is truly bad. But there's also like the fact that like I can't get my good videos out as quickly because I think it's honestly just a confidence issue. It has nothing to do with the perfectionism. Obviously, like there is a part of me where it's like, yes, I would like this to be good. But I don't think anything necessarily with me has to be perfect. Sometimes deadlines can be good for the creative process. That's true. Sometimes it's like, I mean, especially like if you have like, I don't know. Working quickly pushes you to improve your process and opens up a lot of avenues for developing your technique. True. I think the manga industry is a great example of this. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a thing about like, you know, or like, you can easily say like people overwork other people when they're doing like creative stuff. Like it can suck the soul out of people, right? Which is not what you want, but I think deadlines are necessary, but just not, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, either way, I'd like to keep working on this forever, you know, whatnot. But I think that and you know, who knows? I potentially could, depending on how well it does. But at the same time, I think that there's also the realistic aspect of it, you know what I mean? These vines are going to take forever. You're not wrong, Tuna. The challenge is good, but you aren't careful about scaling a challenge. Could be realistically... Challenge to be realistically achievable. You can easily break more people than uplift. And that sucks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. But yeah, either way, I think it's just about finding the right balance, right? Like I need to find a balance between something between getting stuff done quickly and quality. And I guess the thing is, like, I think I can get a quality piece done pretty quickly if I just go with the flow, but it might not be the most like well thought out idea, you know what I mean? Like, I think I can execute a poor idea pretty easily, but it doesn't mean it's going to be like a quality idea, right? I guess, right? Like my first idea, I don't think is as good as this one, but I could have executed it fine, you know? Like, I think this idea looks a lot cooler. This is cool. What's the lore? Evil blight-like flower that controls old god minions of some sort that eats the world in order to sustain them, something like that. Basically a flower that sucks life out of stuff and leads sort of to the creation of minions. Kind of go along with our other creature we did recently. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It just gave me an idea. You know how we talked about a sea god being centered around cards in some way of having them in the hand. It feels like Chaos could have some sea themed cards for that. Sea of Chaos. I can see that. I certainly could see that. See that. You do dark bark on the outside and the... That could be bright chaos colors. I think it would look really cool. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. It's gonna be kind of these sort of colors, I think. Because technically these creatures are extensions of this plant in theory, lore-wise. Yeah. I just want like a vine coming down here. Yeah, I can see it. Very cool. Yeah. I'm digging it. How am I hungry again? Like, I had lunch before I got on. You know what I mean? Like, why am I hungry? So I'm using all my brain power. I guess that's what my redeems will go toward, since you and Dingus both talked about how Chaos God feels nostalgic and related to him. Maybe that's how I'll repay him. Oh, that'd be good. When you're hungry, you're not yourself. Am I not myself? Do I need a Snickers? This is looking pretty cool. If I do say so myself, which I do. Yeah, it is kind of interesting because, like, I save pretty much all the development work with the very slim exception of, like, sometimes, like, patching this game for the stream. And, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, I could work on it. And then I'm like, nah, I mean, usually it's, like, good because I can, like, do other stuff like editing, but editing isn't usually as fun. But I think I might do some Blighted Blackridge work off of stream. Because I had that idea for the new cards, and I'm excited about it, and I think that means I should work on it, and I think that means it's a good idea. Still one of my favorite memes, even to this day. There is this one of Kurama from Naruto being murderous. He eats the Snickers and becomes Vulpix from Pokemon. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not fully familiar with Naruto. I haven't actually watched it, but I think I get the reference, like the Nine Tails, whatever, right? Working on it. Off stream is okay, but we really need to organize a BOB playtest. Yeah. I think part of the reason I've been slow at it is because I've just been unsure of how I feel about what the how I feel about the like new ideas. I mean, I think they were cool, but they just felt not fleshed out. And I may just make the new items because I'm kind of excited about it. So that might be something I just do in my own time, which is, I guess, all my time regardless, but the only way to flesh it out is to try them and see which ways feel lacking. It's not even lacking is my worry. It's more that some of them felt like it wasn't gonna work, I guess. In some ways, it felt kind of all the same. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and go with my idea that I came up with because I like it, and that's about it. That's my reasoning. Because it's kind of like the only way to balance it is to make sure it works around the new item. Like the new items would bring the balance to it, is the idea. And honestly, I could whip it together in like 2 minutes to playtest, but don't make art for them, just have a placeholder. I wouldn't have to make art for them though. That's the thing. It's literally just going to be the it's going to be the art we already have, because it's already there. Because I wouldn't redo the corruption art. It already exists, you know. All right, I see what you're putting down. Yeah, I just like making the abilities. I already have a few of them. They basically would just be like you know, your typical, like almost like your what's it called? Your like trade-off abilities in like roguelikes, you know what I mean? That's essentially how they work. Except they're kind of worse, because it would just be like they only work if certain things happen, you know? I almost want to take the trees and like have it look like they're literally being crushed under the weight of the vines, you know what I mean? Like have them pinching in like that, so it looks like the vines are literally crushing it, you know what I mean? It's kind of a subtle difference, but like it's literally constricting the tree. Choking the life out of it. I guess I would need to draw the lines underneath just to make my life easier later. But what if the minimum damage they could do is like 0? Would that make it impossible to win for them? Well, yeah, that's what it would be, right? That's the point. Like there should be scenarios where the damage is impossible to reach like a win condition, right? So it'd be like, imagine like being dead, you should have a chance, but your chances should be low. Like, so like the way it would work is like sorry, I'm like half concentrating here. So like, yeah, you have ability that's like, if another player plays a, or like gain 1 damage for each player not participating in this fight, right? Like you only could potentially win if another player is also, or like the less people who are playing, right? So it's like, you only really benefit from like being cautious and playing your cards right. Also, considering we have mentioned this on stream that eventually you'll move on to a new project, what tabletop games do you enjoy most and would want to do your own spin on? You think that you might need to adjust the scalings on the cards to achieve that? I don't think so. I think you just have to adjust the scalings on the corruption cards, you know? I think it would just have to be like the corruption cards themselves would just have to have sorry, my brain is just not fully in both drawing and a conversation at once, even though I started the conversation. I'm just failing miserably. What am I trying to say? I don't think you need to adjust the player stuff. I think you just have to have the curse stuff, either like high risk, high reward, you know, kind of deal. Like potential for it to be nothing and potential for you to come back to life. Because coming back to life should not be easy. Like, I don't think it would be good for it to be easy. This happens a lot of games where devs completely change the scaling to allow room for more. Yeah, I mean, I have definitely done that multiple times in other games. I mean, the scaling was crazy in Armies Against Entropy originally. It was originally a like every land gave you like 10 units or something stupid. Or maybe it was 5 or something. I can't remember. It was a lot. But the really initial games, we just put random numbers in. It was like, all right, that should work. All right, push-up time. The friggin' lumbar support thing in the back of my chair is just broken, and it's kind of upsetting. Thank you, Toot. Thank you for the push-ups. Away we go. Oh, I'm so sore. Yeah, my freaking back thing is just broken. This looks sick. What? The line art for the vines was magenta, like the Edmother originally was. It could look cool. I don't know. I think the reason I went away from it was because it didn't work. So I don't think I would do it. I could have the magenta like on the sides of the line art though. I would maybe do that. Let's just pull her up, speaking of. I think it's gonna be like more like this color. I definitely would include magenta on them, but I don't think it's gonna be. Ooh, Also, this looks like details. So detailed it could be in a coloring book. Yeah, kind of does, doesn't it? So dark. I think we're gonna go with this color as the background too. It's gonna be very similar colors. Now I'm sure no one can see anything, pretty much. Oops. I'll keep this on, just so I, no, I'm not. What's flower looking? That flower looks dope. Thank you. Very, very cool. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's coming along. A hive mind flower for a hive mind of ideas. You know what I mean? It's phenomenal. Phenomenon. Phenomenal. Phenomenon. Phenomenal. Ugh. We got to do stream improvements one of these days again. Like, I think it'd be good to do more. Got a few more animated emotes that we should actually get into the like onto stream. Beatsy chat. Yo, what up? What up, Chirpy? How you doing? Good to see ya. How you doing today? Solo that Phenomenon is a Magic the Gathering player. Is he? Did I miss that? I feel like maybe I didn't. I feel like I remember that. I don't know. You'd love this channel. Doing well, thanks. How's it going here? Going well. We're drawing a sort of a, I don't know, what do we call this? It's like a evil flower. You know, as one does. It's I don't know why I'm actually drawing here on these. Basically a corrupted flower that's suffocating life out of everything, you know? Kind of the idea of it. Kind of not really like probably hard to look at. I mean, it's hard to look at for me. It's usually worse on stream with the values, but that's what it's looking like. Ayo. But yeah, how's the game coming? I guess the vines are gonna look similar to the old End Mother, so there's gonna be no easy way to do this, unfortunately. I can't just select them and fill them. I don't think. No. Certainly not, right? Maybe this will help a little bit. Maybe. A smidge. Kinda. You don't know. Also not that. Yeah, not that. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to get this to work. Can't figure it out. Okay, that works well enough for me. You saw it seen, but it's a single line type of thing. That's what I was thinking. I was like, was that a big deal or was that just like something he said, like offhandedly? It's when they gathered, King goes out the team and Phenomenon just says he was there because he thought they were going to play Magic and was hoping they still may. Right, yeah, I remember that now. Oh, I remember. I wonder if I should do this below this liner. Does that help me? No, I can't do that below this liner. Okay. Understood. Yeah. Game's going well. Working on the same small fixes and stuff today. Nice, nice. Good stuff. You streamed today? Can't remember. If, I think we've seen Chirpy enough that most of you know who he is, but if you haven't, God. Hold on. Please hold. Hold. Everybody hold. Everybody chill out. You know what I'm saying? How do I do this? Where is it? There it is. Where's the share button? Oh God. Really? There's no... I'm trying to do things and it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? You just go like this. There you go. Everyone go check out Trippy's game. There you go. Wishlist it. Do all that stuff. You know how it goes. Not today's. Oh wait, sorry. Trippy, I love that you consistently use the same emotes. Nah, today's an off day, so I'm trying to focus on spoilery stuff. Nice, nice. Yeah, I always think about that. It's kind of interesting. Because I've like considered doing like story-based stuff on stream, and I was like, yeah, do you do the spoilery stuff on stream or do you not? Or like, how do you do that, you know? That's interesting. Ah, we're hitting an ad. Classic. And I can't pause it because whatever. If the emote works, it works. It's true. If it works, it works. Legit made a major spoiler manager that automatically hides certain stuff while I'm streaming. That's actually kind of nice. It's like a streamer mode, but for your thing. That's cool. All right, we're about to hit an ad. We'll be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll have another hour of ad-free viewing. So yeah, we're gonna keep working on this, and yeah, we'll see you all in just a sec. You know what I should do just real quick, though? What I could do real quick, though? Nope. Bam. There we go. Looks something like that. Anyway, be right back.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets players craft their own spells. And after years of searching, I finally found a solution from an unlikely place. Mad Libs, completely from scratch, or the other being just stacking spells on top of each other to make a new one. This gives you a base spell to fill with blanks, and then you can customize it how you like. For instance, let's say you had something like cast blank element, blank number of feet, and that affects a blank sized blank shape. I can fill that and say cast a fireball 30 feet that affects a 15-foot sized sphere. Or maybe something like cast water 10 feet away that affects a 100-foot cube. Now, one thing I'd neglected to mention is my game is card-based, so the spell base and components would end up being made out of cards rather than, you know, writing it on a notepad, which I suppose makes it a lot more like another game. That's right. Apples to apples, which really just goes to show that everyone's stealing ideas from each other. I mean, apples to apples is just Mad Libs in card form, which leads me to my next point. At first I was thinking I was super original with this idea, but it turns out I wasn't. One cozy Christmas morning, I received a package from my friend, and it was this, you know, hold on. This game, Cryptozoic Entertainment's epic spell wars of the Battle Wizards, Duel at Mount Skullfire, is a very similar game. All right, back into the recording closet I go. The game goes like this. You are wizards battling each other. And to do that, of course, you have to cast spells. Casting a spell consists of 3 components: a source, a quality, and a delivery. A spell can consist of just one of these components, or up to all 3, but not more than one of each, unless the card specifies, but yeah. Then combining all these cards together makes a full spell. There is some other nuance to this, like magic types and stuff like that, that helps the game have a little bit more complexity, but that's the main idea. So in theory, you could just take this game and slap it onto an existing tabletop RPG as your spell system, but the real problem is this is extremely mechanics heavy. Cards can create more cards, creating other cards to create more effects that end up chaining into some really interesting combos. However, I'm striving for my game to not be too crunchy and allow it to be more roleplay focused, so I, don't want to do that. That being said, despite me not being completely original, there are some improvements and changes I can make to implement this sort of system into my game. But before I do that, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you this entire time. My game doesn't really have magic at all. It's a sci-fi game with nanotechnology that allows a character to become more powerful than a normal human, using things like fire and water. Okay, it's magic, all right? It's magic. It's just, as Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But yeah, so implementing this idea into my game. Let's start with a familiar format of Cards Against Humanity. One set of cards with blanks and one with filler words. Or in my system, nano program.
Right here in this chat, as a matter of fact, I'm missing. Oh, this is my favorite because a scammer uses it. Yeah. I forgot I had a protein bar left. Lily flower looks like a crystal cluster. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? I mean, that's actually what it is. Just thin crystals. Opinion on cheesy name like Hive Vine. I kind of like it, honestly. The Hive Vine. It's interesting for sure. You might be right on the color overlay on the vine veins. It sounds like a radio channel / podcast. Welcome to High Vine, where we talk about all your bees, all bees and flower related. I don't know. I didn't have what I was saying, so I couldn't really commit fully to the radio bit. But here we are. Like, I guess maybe we could. Let me just take a look. Magenta. I mean, maybe, right? That could work. It does show how much I missed on these other things, though. So that actually might be something we leave on. Just while we're doing this, at the very least. Painty, hello! Hiya, can't stay long, wanted to hop in. No, I missed the bald. There's a redeem for it, Can't just be giving away the bald for free. And that was just because I came back and didn't have my hat on. There you go. The bald has been unleashed. How you doing, Painty? Wait, is that? Wait, I'm lost. Am I drawing on the wrong layer? No. Oh, okay. Doing great. How about you? Doing good. Yeah, just getting some drawing done. We're doing a evil flower thing. So that'll be fun. What was I gonna say? I don't know. Yeah, that's basically it. We're drawing this flower thing. It's inside a giant stump. It's kind of hard to see with the all the darker colors here, but we'll get there. Yeah, that's basically what's up with us. Are you streaming soon? As my voice cracks, are you streaming soon? Yeah, I think you are, right? I can never remember. I'm bad at memorizing that, but I feel like you stream usually around this time, right? Maybe? I don't know. I'm losing my mind. Me? Yeah. Am I losing my mind? I think I'm losing my mind. No. You have any notes? Yeah. What are your critiques? Not on Thursdays? Okay, never mind. I'm losing my mind. I thought you stream most days I stream, so I was just kind of confused. But I think you just stream 2 of the days I stream. That was my thoughts. You do Tuesday, Sundays, right? Love the color scheme with the pink. Work really well with your other colors, I think. Yeah, we did. It's kind of based off this beautiful creature. So yeah, it's gonna be this sort of same color scheme. So that's fun. She a mommy. Stop. I like how who did we raid the other, was it Painty or was it someone else? I think it was someone else. Yeah, it was someone else. And then Tuna's like, we drew a weird mantis whatever mommy, and I'm like, please don't make me look weird. I will not provide context. Yeah, I was like, I was kidding. Like I was like I didn't really care that much, but then I was literally like in the chat, I'm like, please don't make me look like, now you're making me look like a weirdo. And then the streamer was like, no, it's fine, it's cool. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not actually upset. I think Tuna knew that I wasn't upset and that I was just joking around, but it was funny. It was a funny time. I do Sunday, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Okay, yeah, so we stream 2 of the same days is I guess where my brain was at. Well, I had to skip a few Fridays sessions recently. I feel that. I had to skip Sunday last time, although that was Mother's Day, so I think that's fair. Had to go to a thing with my mom. Not had to, I wanted to. Went to an art show, which was cool. Super cool and creepy. Yeah, we also have the Grubling in the same sort of family of these cards. And they turned out pretty weird and cute. Creepy and cute. But yeah. So what does the flower card do? So basically whenever a card is disabled, like basically there's a, an effect type that disables cards, which basically, means you can't use any of its functions, more or less. This keeps them disabled until this dies. So it basically is pretty bad as long as it's left alive. Which actually, maybe the positive defeated effect for this is just reactivates any disabled cards. That could be actually interesting. Because then it just keeps things neat and tidy. There's no need for explanations. Perma-stun, basically, unless you kill it. Exactly, yeah. It'll synergize well with some of the other cards that are in the deck, or its deck, and then also just be pretty scary. On its own, I guess it's not horrible, right? But I guess that's kind of how this whole deck works, though. It's not really scary on its own. Bean! Hello, just lurking. Welcome in. Welcome to lurk. You are welcome to lurk here. I permit it. You have my permission. It's good to see you, Bean. But lore-wise, it's a hub of hive mind monsters in this landscape. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Creepy, but cool. Yeah. And it kind of just sucks the life out of everything and then kind of creates its own creatures that continue to suck the life out of everything, more or less. Such is the way of entropy. I like that's super creepy, but the flower inside is actually very pretty. Yeah, I kind of was a little bit inspired by the idea of like wisteria vines, if you're familiar. They are an invasive species, but very, very pretty. Oh, they strangle stuff? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, not visually, because obviously it looks different. I was tempted to do more wisteria-looking plants, but Tuna changed my mind. All Tuna's fault, basically. If bad, then why so pretty? If bad, well, what? If friend, why not friend shape? Or what if friend shape, why? Wait, what is it? If not friend, why friend shaped? There it is. Why did that take me so long to figure out? Okay, something's going on wrong here. My line art is bad. I know now. It's this. This just goes away. There we go. There's like two vines kind of creeping up to the edge of the thing, and then, yeah. It all makes sense now. Indeed. Also, I want to eat this thing. Tuna, stop trying to eat everything. Yeah, I don't know if I want the magenta, the vines to have the magenta overlay. Like, they probably should have magenta on them, but I don't know if... I'm trying to decide if we leave them like this. Like, usually we don't color the line art in the style, so I'm, like, unsure if we should. Everything you draw recently, I want to eat. There you go. The overlay is fine. The line art won't be visible. Yeah. What's the thing is... It's just not part of the style we normally do, so I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks good without doing too much extra work, I suppose. I want this color. We need to... I feel like you probably become part of the hive mind if you ate this. True. So it achieves the same effect as the end mother. Right. Alas, I have to lurk. All right. Gotta eat some dinner. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. Have a yummy meal. Good to see you as always. Odyssey, hive mind mushroom, or fruit, whatever it was. Huh? Oh, like the. Sorry, I somehow missed that part. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sometimes you just gotta sing a song to meows, you know what I mean? What's the one that's like that got really popular? Meow meow meow. I can't remember what it is. It's like the sad one. Oh god. Man, I don't remember. I don't remember nothing. I think it was berries. I do not know. I'm unfamiliar. I think y'all know what I mean though. Okay. Posture beats. Posture. Can't remember what it is. Remembers and starts singing it, immediately gets smited by copyright. Yeah, just sing it so perfectly. Get smitted. Speaking of smits, where's the smit? Not in here. All right, we need to do some evil background trees. Let's see this color. By evil, I just mean dead. We all know trees that are dead are evil. That's how that works. They're evil because they got killed. Yes, exactly. That's logic, right? Stupid evil trees getting murdered. Yeah. Classic. Classic evil trees. I'm gonna eat them. Show them who's boss. Just eating everything. Actually, a guy on YouTube makes ice cream out of trees. Oh, I think I've seen that guy. The guy who like uses wood shavings and ice cream. He's like, this one's a cedar ice cream, and then he just like eats it. He like makes a bowl and then puts the ice cream in it. That guy. Sorry, I just choked on my food. I feel like I could see you doing something like that too. Probably, yeah. I probably have some of the skills to do that. I have done some turning in my time. Not much, but I have done some. Because you're a frickin' craftsman. Indeed. With a Viking beard. I shaved my beard a little bit more recently. Not quite a Viking beard. Suppose I could always grow my Viking beard back. Vines look gross from far. Love it. Like maggots, I guess so. They look kind of weird, to be honest. Okay, what do I do now? I'm still gonna have to shade each and every one of these vines, which is, you know, a lot of work, but it's okay. This is what we set out to do. Making the inside of the tree a different color. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking that through for a second. It is gonna be lit from the inside, right? So it almost doesn't need to be, but I can make it a tiny bit different for some separation purposes. Well, it doesn't have any of the lighting yet, though, you know what I mean? And the inside of a tree is typically lighter. Maybe make a bright pink with a gradient to white. It'll make it easier on yourself too. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'll make it a little warmer, a little lighter. And then I'm gonna shade it. No, I 100% agree with you. I just, the way I'm going about it is gonna be slightly different than just coloring the entire tree. I'm definitely doing the shading. I think maybe that's what you mean, but I mean, I'm just doing it maybe a different way than you would. But I got you. I understand. I agree. I do like the gradient of magenta to white, though. That'll be interesting. We shall try that. Classic. It's always on top of it, you know? Have the outside and inside be different shades so you don't accidentally shade the outside. Yeah, that's fair. How did I just do that? Yeah, well, I just put it on the wrong layer, didn't I? Yeah, Always late on that one, huh? I'm gonna save the, I haven't saved it though. That is one thing I need to do. We will call it the Hive Vine for right now. And then we'll do, what? Push-ups, sit-ups? What are we doing? Push-ups? Hindsight 2020. I don't remember what we're doing. I think we did push-ups twice now, so I think it's sit-ups. Oh, push-ups? Okay. Fair enough. Oh, God. Doesn't really matter as long as I'm doing something in my mind. Could be wrong. I don't know. I said anything right, but whatever. The pink around the flower then goes whiter at the edges. Yeah, I think that could be cool. No, yeah, no, I think you guys are right about the look of it. I think it'll be cool. Adonis, do you play I know you play like Dark Souls and stuff. You ever played what's it called? Remnant? This is just kind of reminding me of that. Because the enemy is like a plant creature. Nope. Well, if you ever want to play, well, I know you're not a huge co-op guy, but if you ever want to play a co-op experience that is like Dark Souls, Remnant does it pretty well. Did I just do this wrong again? What the heck layer did I put this on? Oh, no, it's its own layer. Okay. Kitten, what are you doing? This is too much, but because we have removed all the base color, but oh my god, what is happening? Here we go. No, erase. Oh my god. Hello? Computer? Hello? What is happening? Alright, we have to restart Photoshop. It's freaking out. Hi, Dominus. Yo, bean. That's good. Yeah. I want a little bit of the, I do like the colors here, but the, I think it might be a little too much. We'll see. Hold on. Why is he not liking this? Maybe it's just... Is my pad freaking out? I don't know what's happening. There we go. Okay. Want a little bit of like fall off at the top. That's all. Yeah, there we go. Aren't curses associated with the sea decently often? Maybe? I think the Sea of Chaos theme is really growing on me. Wonder what the runes could be. Probably Atlantis inspired. There's your whole like Aztec thing. Well, I guess Atlantis isn't, but like you could have like, you know, that kind of thing. Atlantis is literally a ruined city, yeah. Maybe some sort of sunken monolith that produces massive whirlpools or something. I can see something like that. Sick lighting, thank you. Yeah. Donovan gave me the idea of doing it lighter at the top, which I think is a cool way to do it. That was a good call. Can't wait to play against this card. It's gonna be so annoying. Yes, indeed. It could potentially be not bad at all, though, if you aren't getting stunned, aren't getting disabled, whatever. You know what I mean? Why does he keep doing that? What the hell? I don't understand. Computer's freaking the heck out. Just do this one phase at a time. What if aside from disabling also made it so you can't move units off disabled cards? I think that'd be too busted. I think that would have to be yet another card if we did it. I'm unsure I would want to. That could be cool though. But yeah, I think I would do it 2 separate cards. think of what you said about snowballing if you did both. Yeah, the nice part about doing both is that you don't get the snowballing as much because the enemy cards build up rather than it being all at once. We'll see through the playtest, yeah. Yeah, it is kind of I'm kind of unsure about what the heck is going on with that. I just didn't finish this line, like started drawing it and then didn't do it. I think maybe I was thinking it was off the like behind the card back, but I suppose not. What am I even saying? Is this even the right color? No, I think it was this on multiply, right? It's like hardly showing up in this area, but yeah, I think it would have to be 2 separate cards. Well, it would be a cool separate card, but it also, I'm trying to decide if like we want to be making that many cards, you know? It is kind of an uncertainty. I'm unsure what we want to do with that route, because like some of those cards would be very good. I think they would be a good addition, but I don't know if it makes sense to scope creep everything. But who knows? Or like we make some cards that like fit with multiple decks, you know? So like we can make that card and fit it in somewhere else, but the disables kind of seem like this old gods sort of deal. I say don't add them until everything else is done, and then you can think about going back and adjusting some things. Yeah. You can get this whole patch functional without that many cards. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of weird. I'm kind of unsure. We might have to like look at each, like actually one thing we should do, maybe even before the end of the stream, is just take a look at what cards are gonna be in this deck and then go from there. Like what cards already exist in the decay deck, you know? I keep saying we like I'm doing anything, but that's the spirit of we the shapeshifter integrated into my heart. Yeah. Honestly, I also say we. I literally do it in my latest video. I'm like, I keep saying we. Like, yeah, we worked on this and we worked on that, and I'm like, and then I like call attention to it. I'm like, I keep saying we, but it's like me and my Twitch chat. Because they are the co-creators of this game. Well, it's not co-creators, co-designers. Co-creator is Kyle. I'm trying to think if these vines should be emanating light. Probably be cool. Maybe just do like a little bit of an ad layer on top of this. Just like a small glow on each of them. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Behold the light. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Tuna, but I kind of like it, so. So I'm just gonna roll with it. They're magic. The lighting doesn't have to make sense. They're emitting a soft glow, you know what I mean? Nothing too crazy. I forgot to do the shadows on these. You can't tell me that doesn't look cool. Her thinking of it as some sort of particles. Oh, yeah, like having like little spores or whatever. I think you've contributed the most. It's a good amount. It's between Tuna and Dingus, I would say. Just as far as overall contribution to ideas. Yeah, ideas are important. And they're not the end all be all, sure, but they are helpful. Hmm. Leets is carrying all of us. That's like 50% of game design. True. Imagine how easy it would be for me to let power get to my head and I start screaming my game like a madman. So let's not praise the potential supervillain in the making. Ah, there you go. Honestly, that was something like I was slightly worried about when I'm doing this sort of thing, was that like I was worried, not that you would do anything specifically, but someone would be like I'd take ideas and they'd be like, well, that's my idea, so I deserve credit. You should put my name on this card. And it's like, I don't know. But it's really not a concern. You know? Noted. Alright, Bean is going to make a fuss. You need to give me 99% of profits. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is the right move, but I want to try it at least. My problem is, like, I feel like the flower needs some depth, but we can't really add shading to it because it is a light source, right? Like, that's kind of what I was talking about with the vines, but I think the flower is a little bit different story. Like, the vines, they're kind of just a soft glow. This, like, is the focal point. So I'm, like, wondering if we can, like, have, like, it's so bright that it's, like, white in this area, or if that's just gonna be too much. I think it's gonna be too much, but I'm gonna try it real quick. Maybe that's cool. And maybe we do a tiny bit of shading just to kind of, maybe even just like some red on multiply, kind of like the in-between areas, like a little less bright. Maybe. And then we need to give it like some glow. There was this game that I fell in love with lore-wise, Tribe 9. It was Service Gacha that shut down 2 months after launch. Classic. Even though it was 5 years in development and got a whole anime to promote it, the devs were so passionate about it, that before they got laid off, they offered to work on it for free. Found out that the whole story was so inspirational, bittersweet, although definitely more of a bitter side than the sweet one. Can you still play the game, or is it dead? This is why we need our boy. What's God? I don't remember his name. The Stop Killing Games guy. This is why we need him. I think we're getting too magenta-y. Okay, I know what we need. It's gone, but people were super dedicated to it, so they backed up everything. Nice, okay. Well, I wasn't sure if someone like made their own server kind of thing, because that happens. You know? We're really using this atmospheric fog to our fullest advantage. Maybe too much, I don't know. But I'm really digging it lately, so. See, the problem with the vines being magenta is the flower looks weird. Like, the flower looks like it's just floating. I think I'm just gonna have to draw on each one of these, I'm being honest. Kind of looks like it anyway, though, doesn't it? Oh. There we go. Okay, that's grounded. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. So it wasn't above the line art, wasn't. It just wasn't, okay? What is that emote? Some sort of fish. Apparently that's happening too. It's a increasing an incredible game in even the gameplay, what was so incredibly unique, and the characters all vibrant, intriguing. Some of the devs even assembled to make an unofficial web novel to do the story justice. That's awesome. It's one of those things that really deserved to get finished. Subnautica? Is that what that is? A Subnautica fish? We're gonna head and add in 3 minutes, okay. And mother. Actually, I just want the scholar. I don't know why this keeps breaking. I don't know where it's going on. I'll tell you what. I don't know if that's getting too vibrant for our game, but it does look cool. Looks like an alien and a fish. Probably Subnautica or me. There you go. Your name is Tune too. I have my doubts in the statement. Oh wait. Sorry, I missed that. Don't really know why I got invested in the entire sea aesthetic recently. I've been a big fan of the sea, yes. Because you're a tuna, yes. Tuna is an alien fish. Literally avoided every opportunity to go to the sea that I could. Felt miserable every time I went. Still love the aesthetic. That's fair. Guess it's just the prophecy coming true. I think we might need to do a little bit more pink, like invading some of this other space here, but I will be right back because there's an ad.
I've been trying to think of a way to create a magic system for my game that lets
this one.
Now the question arises, how are each of these cards implemented? Currently the player will draw around 6 ability cards at the start of their turn. We could have nano programs and nanites in the same deck. However, this could likely lead to some problems where you either have a full hand of nano programs or a full hand of nanites, and nothing to do with them. This is unless you're able to use nano programs without filling in the blanks, or nanites without a program. Although I'm not sure how that would work. It kind of works in the Wizard Battle game, but not sure how that would work in this game. So instead, my solution is to have 2 separate decks, one with your nano programs and the other with nanites. Nano programs you would draw as normal, whereas nanites you would search through your deck and pick your cards at will. This not only solves the issue, but also allows a player more agency over their actions. By allowing them to search through their nanites, they can make the cards fit their needs despite not getting the exact abilities they want. Now, the second issue is not all abilities make sense with blanks. This goes especially so as not all abilities are nano programs. There are also basic attacks and physical abilities. This issue is further compounded by the fact that some abilities have a theme to them to help fit their respective classes. So let's deconstruct it a bit. Let's take the sprint ability, for example. It's a simple ability in that you spend 1 action to gain an additional movement. Now this feels a little weird to have blanks to fill in. I can maybe see the movement distance having a blank, so maybe something like this. Including an elemental effect might be a bit harder. Perhaps having something like leaving a trail of fire behind the user, which actually sounds kind of cool now that I think about it. However, it doesn't always seem practical. Maybe you're in a log cabin and leaving a trail of fire behind you doesn't seem like the greatest idea. In that case, then a player should use a different element or perhaps not use one at all. However, this kind of feels like it's going against the idea of blanks in the first place. Furthermore, let's take a look at the Assassin's Blood Mist ability. The idea is when killing a target, it essentially creates a smoke screen of blood. Gross, but kind of cool. Now, let's call blood the nanite type for this ability. Say we want to change it to fire instead. A cool but dangerous way to alter this ability. But this leaves us wondering what the actual ability should be called. So if you do rename it to something like Kill Mist or Cloud Kill or something like that, or Kill Sphere, I don't know. It ends up just losing its innate flavor and kind of the initial coolness of the ability. Coolness, a very elegant word. So the solution I landed on was removing blanks entirely and allowing nanites to serve as more of override cards. For instance, say you had something like a fireball spell. You could then add water to override that element and change the ability to something completely new. This helps as I can still allow abilities to have their own theme, along with solving the issue of needing cards to fill in blanks. This of course solves the problem with elemental blanks, but not the ones with things like distances or sizes of an ability. Well, that one ended up being pretty easy, and that was having any number-based blank filled with a dice roll based on the most appropriate stat.
Okay.
This allows a character's innate strengths and weaknesses to affect the power of the ability, which I think just makes sense. This system also actually opens up something else that I love to see in games.
I don't know. What are we thinking? I think maybe the classic. It needs a vignette. I need to stop making my brushes so big. I think it's what's making my thing go weird. And then that helps. And then maybe just a bit of like pink glow on the outside of the tree, just to like show like it's bleeding, the color is like bleeding out, like, you know, like, oh, this needs to be above the shadow. And then we'll just do like a light glow. Yeah, this is it. Maybe just do a soft light isn't enough. I think just normal, and we'll just tone it down a little bit. There we go. And then maybe on the ground layer, wherever that may be, this one, we will do like the light is like bleeding out. I'm gonna hide this just for a second. It's kind of coming out like this. And then trees. I guess it would kind of be blocked by the edge, so you wouldn't see it like here. And then maybe a little bit more on... Where did I have this layer? Uh-oh, I'm losing track of my layers. We have lost the plot and all our layers. Okay, okay, let's label them. I think it's good enough. And you say you're not a perfectionist. Who are we kidding? I don't, see, that's the thing. I don't think I really don't see myself as a perfectionist. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it, because it's not like I'm going for perfection. I just know I can do better, you know? There we go. I think it's good. Probably. Yeah. It's a spectrum. Yeah. This color. We're missing like a pixel here. Nope, not that. Oh, no, it's something going over? What? What color is going over that, though? That's weird. This one. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Come on. Why is it not working? I guess maybe it is this then. Yeah, that works. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. I think I'm happy. By the way, can you check your notes for what we have? Any ruins plan or for chaos? I don't believe so. I don't even have to check my notes, but I will anyway. I don't think we have anything. Oh, well, maybe we do in the potential beta cards. We haven't had anything where we're like, yes, we're definitely doing that. Ruins for chaos. Yes, we have 3 different potentials. Disable one type of effect triggered, or unit effect, triggered effect, or ability. That could maybe be based on something that's happening. I don't know. Players lose their attack icon when they have 3 or fewer units. So that one's kind of crazy. And then copies the next curse and activates it every turn. Those are all pretty cool. You nailed the Lotus. Yeah. By the way, check your... or that. Yeah, it did definitely look Lotus-y, which is, I guess, not your reference, but that's kind of where I went. Yours was... Well, was that what you did? It could have been more of a closed Lotus. It definitely feels very like sea lily, lotusy, whatever. The sort of vibe for sure. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Discord for a second here. I see. Last one is probably the most in line with the whole curse playstyle. Agreed. Yeah. Definitely agreed. In some ways, I feel like I'm gonna get sucked into doing more. Not like sucked in by other people, but sucked in by myself. I'm gonna be like, you know what? I think I need to do these. Like, feel like I have to add more just for playstyle diversity, but let's get this implemented, and then we're going to take a look at what cards we currently have that fit into K, and then we will call it a day. See what fits into K, and then call it a day, and then something. This is my song. Oh, this is the fan cards. I'm like, what deck is that? Beta. This is a Ruins. I kind of like Hivevine, honestly. It kind of works with the normal naming style. But also, I could see something with like Bloom, like Blight Bloom or something. I think Chaos pretty much could use a Ruins and maybe a curse or 2. That's it. Blighted Hivevine? Nah. I don't think it needs to be, you know? Because, like, that would imply that the Hivevine is blighted. Hivevine Blight would probably be better. But that doesn't really sound like a... That sounds like an action, not a... not like a structure, you know what I mean? I'm open for more ideas, but... Siphoning Hivevine? I was thinking, like, it'd be cool to use, like, the term atrophy, But there's no like word that is like an action of atrophy. You know what I mean? Like atrophic, right? Like that's not a word. We could we could make up a word, but it's not really a thing. You know what I mean? Like the act of having atrophy, you know? When a player card is disabled, it stays disabled until this card is destroyed. And honestly, I think it's just gonna be a positive defeated effect, which when all disabled cards become enabled. Now, normally this is kind of against my design philosophy because all disabled player cards. Because I usually like the reward to not be related to the effect of the card. But this just makes sense because if you don't have this written on the card, then it's confusing whether the cards should go out their regular pace, like it was disabled for a turn and then you destroy this card the first turn it's placed, and then what happens, you know? So I think this just has to be there for clarity. It's both clarity and for and because it just makes sense. Atrophying doesn't work, does it? Atrophying. No, because the problem when you add atrophying, it means it's the creature itself that's atrophying, right? It does not apply atrophy to something. I had a long conversation with like ChatGPT about this, trying to figure it out. I was like, there's the word corrosive and corroding or corrosion. Like you could have a corrosive bad guy, right? But that's different than a corroding bad guy. Because corroding would assume that it's atropher. Is that a word? I don't think that's an actual word though, right? That's something you made up. Is that, am I lying? Atropher? Wait, hold on. Maybe you're, wait. Atrophier. I don't know why I said it in French. Yeah, this is not English, I don't think. Atrophying. No, but atrophying applies to the creature itself. This is just, I don't think I'm gonna actually use this for this creature, but it is a cool word to use, you know, but it doesn't work as like, I am applying atrophy to something. Because nothing does that, because that's not how atrophy works, you know? That's what I thought too. Atrophy itself is an action, but without a subject, it doesn't work. Exactly. Yeah, atrophying. So like if I said like let's pretend we're using this on I don't know, like something like I mean like blight might, right? Like you couldn't say, I guess you could say atrophy might. That could work. It's less cool though than like, I don't know, Abyssal Overseer, Atrophy Overseer. I mean, yeah, I guess you could just use atrophy on its own, right? If we find the right word to go with it. Chaos Worm, Atrophy Worm. Yeah, okay. Maybe you could just use it. But it's not like you can't have a I don't know, it's just interesting. Words are interesting is all I'm getting at. But I'm overthinking it is probably. It's atrophic. I asked if that was a real word, or I tried to look it up.
Atrophic.
Oh, it is a word. Okay, it's really okay. AI is just dumb. Basically, is what we've because I was just like, you know, like driving in the car, and I'm like, I can't Google this, so I'm just gonna talk to an AI about it. Yeah, atrophic is actually a word. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Adonis. You can't trust the robots, you know? I'm just kidding. Atrophier. Hivine sounds good, though. Atrophic, Hivine. I kind of like atrophic. Atrophier is French, I think. I like atrophic. I was thinking of that being a thing, but... Atrophier. I just won't know how to pronounce it, and that's my problem. I don't know, does it make sense though? I mean, it's cool sounding, but... what kind of power level does this thing have? It's a positive defeated effect, which because it's a positive defeated effect, I am open to giving it more strength. I'm thinking like between 8 and 10. Atrophier could be, you know, some sort of scary video game boss. Yeah. Are you set on this being a boss monster or runes rather? Yes. I mean, as far as its ability, yeah. I mean, that's weird. Why? Why, Tuna? Tuna wants it to be a different creature. If you say you want to be a monster, I will fight you. Just know. Just know I will fight you. Do you want to give it some sort of unique scaling? No, I do not. Be prepared, Tuna. Be prepared to be fought. Put up your dukes, as they say. Where's that term even come from? Then is it 10 too low? No, I think I'm just thinking between 8 and 10, honestly. I mean, honestly, it's kind of in line with that's what I was thinking too. Good. Okay. Oh, I probably should save this as a thing, you know? So we can get the art in here. It is a... Got it. We used to call them monster structures. You know what I mean? It makes sense, but having them categorized differently is... What are they between 8 and 10 or straight up 15? No. Twen. Why did I say it twen? 8 and twen. Somewhere between those two. I'm losing my mind. Don't mind me. 20 is my favorite number. Yeah, because well, let's look at existing cards. I would say this feels kind of in the same line as like I don't know, Siege Engine or like Siege Engine or Shadow's Den, right? And those are both 10. They both have a positive death effect and they're 8. I mean, I would say these are more powerful on their own, so I think 10 is probably a good number though. Because these just affect monsters and minions, which you're almost guaranteed to have, whereas, well, you're guaranteed to have minions. Whereas being disabled, you are not guaranteed. So I think 10, honestly, somewhere between 10 and 12 is probably actually maybe more accurate. But this is like very catastrophic if you get it. So maybe go 12 with it now that I've thought about that. Also, can you give me a number below 1000 that has an A spelling? Probably not. I'm assuming this is one of those things. 10,000. You know what I mean? Tane. My favorite number, Tane. I tell you what. I think that's it. Let's see what this looks like. There's not a single one. There you go. I figured it was one of those. Old God decks. Do we want to call it Atrophic Hivine, or do we want to call it just Hivine? Like, I feel like the descriptor word just is more than it needs to be, because having a descriptive word means there's more than one type of these things, and this one is specifically doing that. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think the cards that we have that are just one word don't have a descriptor, like Shard Brute, Blightmite, Endmother, you know, Void Stalker. But there are ones that are like World Ender, which is 2 words, or Chaos Worm, which is another, right? So it's either a hyphenated word or 2 words with a descriptor. Although Shade is just Shade, and Ravenger is just Ravenger, you know. I don't know why I always put an N in Ravager. I say Ravenger. It was like something I just always said by accident, and then as I was like making this game, I realized it was I am wrong. Okay. There it is. We did it. Feels good to add the N now that you bring that. Feels good to add an N now and then. You bring it up. Yep. That's pretty cool. I think it turned out pretty good. What do we think? Do we like it? I am curious to see about the Vine Glow, because you're like, it might be too much. No, I think it's the same either way. Okay, I'm happy with it. It's so cool. You're so cool. You know what else is so cool? The god that this deck belongs to. Yep. We're on the same page. It's good. That would actually be a funny emote to have. Be like, that's so cool, and it's just the so cool god icon. It'd be something that only we would understand. like in the Beats community. You wouldn't be able to really use it anywhere else, but it would be funny. Like, that's so cool. All right, last thing we're doing is quickly looking at what cards could belong in the Decay deck. And you have to explain that. It would be like, that's hilarious. Yeah, I don't use the context window icon enough, because I don't think like I think it's a great concept that I don't think as many people like would think about, but it is one that I should use more often. Like, this is the context window, because it happens on other streams, but a lot of time I don't feel like explaining it when I'm like, whatever, I don't know. I don't think this will be in the deck, but no, the new cards aren't in here, but that's okay. We can fix that later. My headcanon now will be that So Cool is just a skater dude wearing sunglasses. True. Okay, Dark Ultimatum doesn't necessarily feel like it's Decay, but it also we'll have three. There's maybes, there's no's, and yeses. Yeses on the side, no's on the side. Wrath, meh, not really. Terrify definitely feels like it. It feels like the flavor, but not necessarily the synergies, you know what I mean? It's the sort of like remove units from card sort of aspect, right? Stupefy feels more like chaos, so no. Ambush, honestly, Dark Ultimatum almost feels more chaosy to me. Real 3 cards and the player can choose one. Well, it's actually kind of the opposite of chaos. I don't know. We'll have to think about that one. Surprise Ambush is probably more chaos, actually. Nefarious Swap, also very chaosy. Desolation, I could potentially see. I mean, it's just removing a card. Maybe Desolation, then maybe. Demoralize, for sure. Because that's like the same flavor as this one, right? It's like same, but different. Chaos Gate. At the end of the turn, remove 2 units from all structures. That is definitely Decay theming. The reason he decays things is because everything is less cool when compared to him. It's so true. Amplification Tower, no. Siege Engine, no. Void Rift. Plays a non-spell card from their discard pile, playing from their deck. No. That's Chaos, I think. Or no, Chaos. I don't know what Void Rift is. Shadow's Den, no. Abyssal Domain at the end of the round, remove 5 units. That is very... Some of these we could rework, though, too, honestly. Like, these 2 are okay, but a lot of time they're very unimpactful. So we could, in theory, change Chaos Gate and Abyssal Domain's ability to be something more interesting. I would be kind of okay with that, potentially. If we want to add something. Like, Chaos Gate we could just make be something that works in the Chaos deck and kind of rework this. Because removing 2 units from all structures at the end of the turn, kind of like... You know what I mean? Removing 5 units from the strongest hero, also kind of whatever. I don't know. So those ones I could see changing. Maybe I should just... Well, no. We already did this before. Null Sanctum, 1 less unit during unit phase. That's definitely... Decay. Chaos Keep, I don't know what that is. It's probably Chaos, honestly. Chaos Gate could draw a curse or something. That's what I'm thinking, right? Or one that repeats the curse. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what we'd do. Is probably, yeah, drawing a curse, I think, would just be a land, you know? I think the one that repeats the curse could be Chaos Gate. That would work pretty well, I think. So we could rework that. Husk, no. Void Hollow, no. I mean, pretty much none of the lands. I mean, pretty much in the sense that I guess Husk and Void Hollow wouldn't be, but any of the pretty much any of the other basic, you know, enemy lands could work in this deck. Just as, you know, they work in any old god deck, you know what I mean? They're kind of just basic. So any of the lands really. I wouldn't put all of them, but any of them could work, you know. Abyssal Overseer, no. Shard Brute. Shard Brute could, right? Like, I wouldn't say no necessarily. Blight Might kind of feels on brand a little bit. I would say Shard Brute's maybe a maybe. Shade, also a maybe. Abyssal Horde, no. Castworm, no. Nethermuck, maybe. I kind of like the idea of like the ones that are like kind of like targeting your weak things, because decay is like hurting all your stuff, and then so like the things that attack weaker targets are probably good. You know what I mean? Ravager, no. Rift Spawner doesn't really feel like the right flavor. We also have End Mother, who's gonna be kind of the, because like Rift Spawner feels like a mini boss, and I don't think that's it. And we said we weren't sure about the bosses. So these are all the existing cards. Sorry, Dark Ultimate is best for Swarm, yeah. Chaos Gate could draw a curse on, yeah, it could be. Shard Brute is AoE, so kinda, yeah. These are like potential monsters, I think. Maw is definitely Swarm. Yeah, for sure. And then World Ender, we're unsure, and Whale, I would say we're kind of unsure as well. Whale could honestly work in this deck, if we're going for the like beat you down and then kill as many cards as possible. But what's Whale's weakness again? Oh, if you haven't killed enough cards. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think the monsters being somewhat assassin-y kind of makes sense with Decay. Right? Like all our attack weakest one. Nethermuck kind of isn't in that, but yeah, I'm a proponent of maybe changing Chaos Gate to something to the Chaos deck. Whale's either Decay or Chaos. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, Abyssal Domain I also could see reworking, because it's kind of just like lackluster. I could also see making Chaos Keep a little more powerful as far as some of these go. Sorry, now my brain's just flowing, so I'm thinking about just all the decks in general. I know we already did this. Did I actually have the save for this? That's the real question. I did not. I did not make a save for this. Okay, this is potentials for decay. Swarms was the one we're having, or Oblivion rather, is, you know, our swarm deck. These are potentials there. Yeah, Surprise Ambush or Dark Ultimatum feels swarm-ish, probably. Stupefy and Nefarious Swap. Stupefy might need to be improved, because just discarding a card is just not that bad. It might just have to be like discard 2 cards or something, but... Although, I guess if we have Chaos constantly redrawing spells and making them discard cards, that's kind of crazy. Wrath and Desolation honestly could just be part of, let's do this on Decay, Oblivion, Chaos. This is nothing right here. Chaos, and like this could be Neth. And then we said that Bogotat's gonna be just a mixture of the weak ones, most likely. It may be like 1 or 2 unique cards, but probably not. Sorry, I'm getting out of hand here, but I don't think anyone's really complaining that I'm doing more content, so here we are. Honestly, I think both Siege Engine and Shadow's Den are like probably Chaos related, because they're just changing the attack order of things, and that seems very Chaos-like. I also know we've done this before already, but I could also see a side synergy of Chaos being redrawing old cards like Void, Hollow, and Void Rift. But I also could see that being a side synergy of Umbra. Because, like, with Umbra, it's kind of interesting, because, like, if Chaos Worm dies and you draw that back and then it draws more minions, that's kind of crazy. Especially with all these negative death effects. That's probably pretty good, honestly. Like, I could see that being a secondary strategy of Umbra. Sorry, I'm kind of just yapping. Could there be a boss that scales off of curses? I could see that. Or something to do with curses, because if so, Whale could definitely be Decay, yeah. Whale would come out later if Chaos isn't sending curses into the discard pile, so it'd be nerfed. Yeah, same with anyone that has Void Hollow or Void Rift. So Decay, it honestly kind of works perfectly in. So maybe Whale is Decay. Bogotat would actually have World Ender, because it scales so badly in solo, right? Yeah, that's true. It honestly will either not have a boss, or yeah, I guess World Ender would be a pretty decent one. What did we say though? Oh yeah, Maw's here. Maw's for sure in here. World Ender. Oh, you were saying World Ender is anti-synergy and chaos, technically. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bogotat could have World Ender. And then I think, honestly, Neth's deck might honestly have all the boss monsters. I don't know if that's actually good or not. But yeah, I think that's actually kind of a decent idea. It kind of makes World Ender kind of sad, but I don't think the descriptor forces you to put it in a certain deck. Yeah, no, me neither. Oh, I mostly say Chaos Keep go. Well, yeah, Chaos Keep could go in the Chaos deck. Forces people to attack. I think it makes sense. It does need probably a buff because it is a little bit meep, you know. Hydrate, you're right. Thank you. Oh, and push-ups, okay. I think we're on sit-ups this time. Thank you, Coral. I appreciate it. You're right, I am slouching too. Gonna get going. It's been really nice listening to you today. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's been nice having you lurk here. Your presence was felt. Oh god. For some reason that makes me think like your presence was a fabric, but that doesn't make any sense. Stretch your legs, you're right. It's time. It's time to do sit-ups. Which isn't really stretching my legs, but you know. I'm so sore. I got a lot of work done. Lots of art. Heck yeah. That's what we like to hear. I'm off for a few weeks while we're preparing for the baby room. Nice. Heck yeah. Whether being in solo deck makes the solo mode actually feel cool. Yeah, that's true. And it's still strong because it just destroys things. Yeah, very true. Wait, would have started 3 hours ago if you were. Yes, I made an announcement last week about it. I'm not due until August, but I want to get set up before I'm too on move. That's a smart idea. 100%. Very smart. Sorry. I'm just thinking of the like, what is it, like the videos where people are trying to like type pregnant and like people misspelling it, and then it's just like someone reading it like pregante, pregantatontaton. It's so funny. Anyway, those are good videos. I guess this goes here. Got to do painting today. We cleaned it out earlier this week. Nice. Heck yeah. I make those jokes all the time. They're so good. I'm an August baby, so I can tell you that that August babies are bound for greatness. True. Very true. We all know the greatness that is tuna. I don't know where Ravager... See, I did it again. Ravager and Rift Spawner belong. I suppose Rift Spawner could go in here, just because if we're going like card drawing synergy. Ravager probably goes in Chaos deck. Don't know where these guys go, but I don't know if we have unique cards for Neth. I feel like if we do have unique cards for Neth, that it's like we're gonna need to I don't know. Honestly, even like these cards could go in chaos, because if chaos is drawing spells, then having like really detrimental spells like Wrath and Desolation would be very scary. Especially if Desolation's coming out a bunch and like just destroying cards. Hope he likes art. I'm sure he will. How can you not like art, you know? Wait, sorry, I missed some stuff apparently. Looking forward when the community pool opens, gonna be a human submarine. The baby has sonar detection. Okay, my office is blazing hot right now. I'm hungry. I'm gonna dip. All right, see ya. See you on Discord. Yes, indeed. We'll see you around. Also, yeah, great work with the mermaid. It looks awesome. And whoa, and whatever this is. Hold on, I just saw your other thing. Damn, look at you go. Hell yeah. Anyway, good luck. I believe in you. I've been reading about how genetic memory might be a thing, so it's possible. Someone's been playing too much Assassin's Creed. All of these lands are potentials. Well, okay, so here's the nice part about this is like some of these when I look at them, I'm like, we don't need additional like lands. Wait, okay, what's the number? Han. Sorry, I'm forgetting to-dos. Han. There's 4 unique monsters and 1 boss monster, right? So if Rift Spawner's like a maybe here, right? But otherwise, we'd only have to create 1 monster here. But if we're looking at lands here, we don't need to make a land for Oblivion, right? Void Hollow is like kind of a maybe. I don't know if like we want that sort of synergy, like that sub synergy. I think that's kind of cool, but it's not necessary, right? But either way, even if we don't have this, there's still 4 lands, right? It's 4 unique cards of every card, essentially, with the exception of monsters that has a boss monster. Oblivion is centered around the core thing Wastelands already do. Exactly. So we don't need to do a Wasteland for Oblivion. In fact, I would say we just shouldn't, right? Like Husk seems like the special Wasteland that Oblivion would have, right? I don't think we need to make a special Wasteland. Decay does, like, we could use any Wasteland here, but I wouldn't say any of them are like feel very special to it, right? So like making one for it would be good, and then just filling the rest with just, you know, normal Wastelands. Dark Ultimatum and Surprise Ambush being in the same deck is crazy, though. I just realized Husk is a turtle. First time noticing the fossil part. You really just noticed Husk is a turtle? It's literally giant turtle as a land. How do you just notice that? Oh, like the bones underneath. I mean, that's what a turtle shell looks like when it's dead. Also notices in the water. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, because lands are always based on existing, or wastelands are always based on existing lands. That's how we've done it so far, at least. Generally thought it was some opera house looking clam. There you go. Nope, it is a dead turtle. Which is why Toot hates it so much. Right, Toot? He's probably not here anymore. We know he's not here because he didn't do the workout redeem. He's always here in spirit, it's true. Oh, you know what's actually interesting? Bogotet's deck probably should be halved. It should probably only be half the number of cards because the decks are balanced around, like, the number of cards is balanced around the number of player cards, so Bogotet should be half. Do you see the Opera House Clam thing? Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like a Coliseum or something, right? Yeah, Bogotet technically should only have, I mean, what is it? 23 cards is the total? Or something? 11 plus 8 plus 4 plus 4. 27. Divide that by 2. So 13 cards plus an additional... Wait, that can't be right. I don't know. I don't know if that's right. It probably should just be the same deck size, but... I don't know. We'll have to figure out Bogotet. I don't think it's negative death effects do not trigger. We've already talked about that, though. Okay. Let's just save this so we can come back to this. Save game. OG planning. Husk always felt like something straight out of Hollow Knight before. Now everything's changed for me. We've shook your understanding of reality. Yeah, there's a chance we don't even need to make a monster for swarms. In fact, I almost think we shouldn't, because we already have Chaos Worm, Abyssal Horde, and Abyssal Overseer, which all feel very synergistic with minion draw. So I feel like we just shouldn't even bother. Which, we also probably don't need to make specific curses for Chaos, despite it being a curse deck. Because A, these already work, and B, it's just going to utilize the curses that already exist, I think, just in a better way. My mind keeps getting blown. Like, did you know goblins in Warhammer 40k are called grots? Are they? And today I thought that's where Grot's username came from, but he confirmed it's just a coincidence. That is funny. It makes sense, though. Grotination-ness. But yeah, if that frees up 2 here, it means it frees up 2 for somewhere else, right? Like, we can... what am I gonna do? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do... I'll make a line. This line will be red. So everything below here is like the cutoff, you know what I mean? Maybe I should just do it the whole thing. Oh god, that's not the right thing. That's not the right tool. Okay, hold on. There we go. So it's only 4 cards, so everything below here. With the exception of monsters, I guess. Maybe we'll just put the monster up here. For the boss. Next to the card. You could do one special curse for chaos if we get a unique idea right. I mean, we could, right? But I think the interesting thought there is that we can make some of these other decks more interesting. Like, I don't know, like, in theory, there's 2 spots for minion draw in Umbra, right? Or like minion related ruins, right? Or we can move Chaos Gate to here, and then we have 2 things here, and we could draw 2 more. We can make 2 more ruins for decay that revolve, like the one that you were talking about that revolves around discarding, right? Or not discarding, not being able to move units that are disabled. Sorry, I don't know why I said discarding. So, like, we've got did we say whale was here? Like, we have End Mother. End Mom. This is so hard to draw with. I don't know how Tebow does it, let's be real. This one's the Hive Vine. Right. An insane proposition. A card that completely skips the unit allocation phase of the turn. No. Nope. Mostly, it could be cool, but I think anything that prevents people from playing the game is usually not fun. Disables, I guess, could get there, but usually with disables, at least you're able to play cards and then use them on your turn. Whereas if you have, it's not like it's disabling every card on the map, right? It's not even a strong thing. It's just not fun, I think, is my worry. It's not fun to play against. Like, honestly, that's one of my biggest problems with Baldur's Gate, and I guess D&D, right, is like when you lose your turn, or you're knocked out, or you're stunned, and it's like you lose your whole turn. It's like, well, this is just not fun. So how many cards in each deck are we missing? Okay, that's a great question. So technically one of these would be, I think Shard Brute feels the least interesting here, but maybe not. I don't know. Essentially, one of these must be replaced with, you know, maybe we should just do this. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Shard Brute is budget whale. Sort of. It damages in a vertical line instead of horizontal, though. So it's a little bit different. I guess it does kind of fit in that sort of play style, though. Oh god, what is this one even called? I really need to reorganize these. Wait, no, that's player beta. Old God Beta. No, not that one. God, what did I name this file? I really need to do better. You know what I mean? Patching unit counter arms, beta cards, fan cards, old god cards, old god beta, old god, this one. Oh, it's only one card. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm doing things. Rename that one, copy. Actually, whatever, we'll just do this. I'm continuing my terrible naming schemes. I'm just gonna delete everything in here because it probably doesn't really matter. Okay. This goes... Look at that, it's in game. Huzzah. High Vine. The End Mother is non-negotiable in this one. Whale is the boss. Grubbling is the minion. I'll do this just to give it a layer of separation here. Oh, wait. We also could just put... We could also put World Ender in Null. Because I kind of forgot that Null... I don't know. I'm still unsure whether we do, like, extra decks for Null and basically these three. I don't know if these three have their own decks at all. Or if they're just kind of their own thing. You know what I mean? But some way to prevent unit allocation could be interesting if was limited in a way. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of disabled cards you can't allocate. I thought that was kind of cool for Decay that you brought up. Oh, I already read that, I think. So imagine the highest unit hero card gets disabled for a turn and they can't allocate units for the duration of the disable. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, you can't allocate units off of heroes anyway, but you know, here we are. Okay, so 2 of these cards, this line doesn't help because, actually no, it does help. 2 of these cards have to be knocked off. 2 of these lands have to be knocked off. I guess one of these is gonna have to be, I mean, I don't know, just look at the red line, basically, right? This is kind of where we're at. I would say the lands are kind of up in the air. I would say probably we should make a unique land for Decay, which we were already planning on doing. And we should make a unique land for Chaos, which should probably just be something spell-related, maybe. So yeah. I said highest non-hero. Ah, sorry, I missed that. Ah, yeah, I see it. I know the rules. Yeah. Because Tuna rules. I am pretty convinced that switching Chaos Gate to to the Chaos deck and redoing the ability, and then doing maybe that one of those ones would probably be a good thing to do. These are like guaranteed in slot. Abyssal Domain I also could just see redoing, because it's like both these are decent, but they're not like horrible. Like honestly, Abyssal Domain's better than Chaos Gate. Chaos Gate's just kind of like whatever. Kind of feels like a worse version of Abyssal Domain. So I could see moving Chaos Gate to the Chaos deck. I think that's kind of a fun thing. Yeah, it's like Tuna's played this game or something. Hi. Hello, my baby. You just giving me headbutts. Anyway, so yeah. Hi, very aggressive headbutts get in. But honestly, like any of these additional monsters, I feel like could go anywhere, right? Like all these guys, we could just throw them wherever. I would say Chaos needs for sure its own monster. I guess all I'm saying is we can do some rearranging, you know what I mean? Abyssal Domain is okay to keep as is, but it's scary but it's scary if you have Whale on the board because your heroes are dead. True. Yeah. Yeah, I think Abyssal Domain I would keep as is. I think Chaos Gate could use a little bit of something. So yeah, maybe we'll rework Chaos Gate into... Hi, baby. Hi. I just keep getting headbutt. It's very cute. Move Chaos Gate to the Chaos deck. Change its ability. Then really all we need is one monster for Chaos, one land for Chaos. And then Chaos Gate will turn into the ruins that we're going to make. I don't think we need to make any specific spells for them. Just because slinging like the more annoying spells would probably be good. We could make one, but I'm not thinking of one. Like, because the problem is like a god that synergizes with spells, like making a spell that's specifically for them. It's like, what are you going to do? Draw more spells? A spell that draws spells, but then it's like, meh, you know? I don't know. A whale kills them on its own anyway. True. Technically, if we're talking minions, technically, Voidling is the, let's just put minions. Actually, let's do this. Voidling is technically the Umbra minion, because it just draws more minions when it reaches a certain stack. I could see Dreadling and Merkling being chaos related, although they're kind of invalidated by their own, like it's kind of anti-synergy with Shadow's Den and Siege Engine. Like these kind of make them a moot point, so I'm not entirely certain. But we can basically, I think you'd have 4 types of minions per thing is how that would work. Like, we keep how it is, but of course, then there's Endlings. Endlings would probably belong in every deck. You know what I mean? But, like, I think each one maybe has its own special minion. I mean, maybe it's, like, Grubling, Endling, Merkling, Dreadling, and then these are just in every deck, you know. So we only need to make one more minion type, technically, unless we make ones for these guys. Which I'm open to doing, but it's nice to be like, okay, if Voidling is just part of Umbra's deck, then why bother making another one? You know what I mean? A Curse for Chaos would probably get better the more it's drawn. Yeah, but tracking that sounds awful in my mind. I like the idea, but I don't want to track something like that. Something along the lines of, in general, would be something that doesn't already exist. The synergy is already, in fact, that it... the synergy is already, in fact, that it... I can't read that, apparently. Exists and keeps getting used. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I think tracking that, I would not want to do. I do like the idea, though. I mean, that's a super cool idea. I just don't think... I don't think it's in line with our I guess you could just have it be like, oh, Kitten, crazy. Like, draws minions every time it's pulled, but like... or something like that increases power. But then you could just have like a spell for here that draws minions, and then we just make sure to put it in the deck, you know? Wasn't sure there's a way to do it without tracking, like if it's based on discard pile number, like Whale. Potentially. Although if we're gonna do that, like, we may as well just make it like demoralize, like remove units equal to the number of cards in the Old God discard pile, right? Like, I'd rather just balance this card, because this card feels like nothing later on. So maybe we just give this like a scaling sort of mechanic. In fact, honestly, we could look at that for a lot of things. Terrify is fine as is, because it's a huge number. 10 is a lot. Late game, it's like, whatever, but at that point, it doesn't matter anyway. Because normally a curse gets drawn and it doesn't see light of day again, but this one will keep getting drawn and scale off of something, make it stronger in the end game. Yeah, I'm cool with, honestly, spells having some scale to them. That could be a good idea. Be cool for demoralize. Yeah, let me write that down. I do like that idea. Maybe this is just something we just put in here. Rework. So we'll do demoralize. Oh god. I shouldn't try to redo a word halfway through writing it, because it just always gets that much worse. Scales off of card draw question mark, and then chaos gate, make change to something for chaos deck. Cool. So we'll go through and rework some cards later. But this is kind of this was a good thing that we needed to do. At least these 3 decks we can get good, right? Because here's the thing I like is that if we decide that like all these cards are good for Oblivion, we don't need to make a monster, and instead we can be like, all right, let's spend our card, because we have 24 cards that we can make to get a nice even number. I think it's 60 cards for the Old God deck. Technically we could do more than that, right? But then like I kind of want to have a good ooh, card draw is also a good thing for scaling. Oh, like the old god card draw, that could be interesting. But yeah, like the fact that we or like minion card draw too, I suppose. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But yeah, the fact that we have like all these already, we can probably just make another ruins, because I think that might be more useful than anything else. Is this not our music? Ah! We've gone too long is what that means. It's almost the end of my workday. Or it basically is the end of my workday. But I got chores to do. I gotta clean my whole heckin' house. All card draw on the old god side being scaling for something. Yeah, I could see that. I definitely could. But yeah, this is nice to have. So we need a minion for chaos. Yeah, again, I'm really unsure about doing unique cards for these guys. Maybe like slight unique cards. I'm also thinking of it like from like a monetization sort of standpoint, right? Like if someone buys this deck and then they buy another deck that's like almost all the same cards that you could get from another deck, it kind of feels weird, right? Of course, that's like very like end game, whatever sort of deal, but I don't know. But there's also like an idea that you just like, you buy these 3 decks and you can just random cards for the, like you get these additional gods, you know? I don't know. It's just interesting to think about. I do like thinking this as a physical game, even though it's potentially, you know, not. Anyway, this was good. Let me save this one more time. And then I'm gonna be done. It's time to move on with my life. By move on, I mean go eat dinner. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Tuna, thank you for hanging out as always. And everyone else for lurking. I think we're losing our lurkers, but it was certainly nice to have everyone here hanging out with me. So for half a second, I scrolled past a guy and I thought it was Toot, and it's not. I think we'd have a bunch of basic Old God bundles and then unique mini bundles for unique cards, and they're paired with Old Gods. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured the way it would be is just like you're buying a deck and you just get the whole deck, which is only like 25 cards, right? Like that's just a normal deck of cards if you're talking like what's it called? If you're looking at like playing cards, right? That is 24 cards as a deck. Old God's like slightly more. I was looking at, we should actually talk about that because I was looking at the Game Crafter, which is probably how I'll have this game for like the in-between middle development, like before we do a Kickstarter, if we end up doing a Kickstarter. But it's kind of interesting because they print their cards in sheets of 18, which means any card after 18 is or sorry, like, so yeah, they print in sheets of 18. So if we do 24 cards, we have what was it, or 25, right, if you include the god, minus 18, or not minus 18, well yeah, minus 18, or divided by 18. No, it's minus 18. Oh wait, no, I am doing my math wrong. So there's 11 blank cards on that sheet that we're not using that we're basically paying for regardless of whether we get the cards or not, right? So like selling it as a deck is a little bit weird because in theory, actually that's how I should have done 18 times 2 minus 24. Okay, so it's 12 or 25, sorry. So yeah, there's 11 total cards that we're just kind of throwing away. Granted, we could put in the like how-to cards, like the sort of cheat sheet cards. Those could go in there. We could maybe even do like a little mini rulebook card, but you know, that's still a whole bunch of cards that are just kind of wasted for the purposes of printing. That feels kind of bad. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure that out. Sorry, I'm just sometimes you look at a stream, you're like, what is, huh? And then you're like, okay. You know what I mean? You're like, why is that, you know? Who are we rating today? Do you have any card game people? Let's look for TCG people. We have time to figure it out, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the end, like if I were to do it like full whatever, I can just print it and box it and do all that stuff if we had a Kickstarter or something, but that wouldn't be very ideal for you know, the Game Crafter website. Should we raid a guy doing trading cards? I think we should. This guy's opening Pokemon packs. He only has one viewer. Let's do it. Why not? See if we can make +1 friend today. All right, we're gonna raid this guy. We're getting out of here. I will see you all on Sunday, I believe. Get him to open some AAE packs. Yeah, that'd be cool, right? That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, I will see you all on Sunday. Me and my friend Sabrina will probably be playtesting. I don't know. It might not happen. There's a chance that like maybe like she's just visiting for the weekend, so maybe we do, maybe we don't play games or do art or something. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain, but I think that would be kind of a cool thing. Just have either, you know, our last IRL sort of, you know, me and Chex's tier list went well. So anyway, super about to faint after the abs on Well Hunter. Yes, of course, but of course. Anyway, like we all do, like Tuna does every time he sees it. Anyway, we got 30 seconds before I gotta go. So anyway, I'm gonna see you all later. See you Sunday, and we'll it'll be fun. All right, toodaloo. Goodbye.